A very good morning to you all. This is Cricket South Africa's 4-day competition. It is the DP World Lions playing host to the WSB Western Province. It's day 4, it's close-up day. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgley and alongside me Ken Borland with the Western Province side 88 for 3 and they trail 229 more runs. Good morning, Ken.
Morning, David, and it was a lovely morning when we arrived at the Wanderers. But it has begun to cloud over a bit, but I don't think anything too threatening. And what an enthralling final day we have in store for us. The DP World Lions needing 7 wickets and Western Province needing 229 more runs to win. Just some intel on the pitch. Apparently the grass is still holding together well. There are no cracks. So yeah, game on.
Tsepo Moreki with 2 wickets yesterday, 2 for 21 in his 8. He gets going from the golf course end. On the money immediately, and Ken at lunch yesterday, the Lions 45 for 8, lead of 240. T 121 all out, and 316 was the target set for Western Province. But 3 early wickets yesterday meant that the Lions had to, the Province side had to kind of go into their shell and hold back a little bit with Eddie Moore and Bongani Mfunelwa at the crease.
Yeah, well, Western Province actually made a really good start to their second innings. They were 75 without loss, Jonathan Bird and Eddie Moore.
That's the first runs of the day off the back foot. The youngster showing class beyond his years, and it's 4.
Nice way to get going on the final morning, and especially for the debutant, Bongi Mfunelwa. He made 8 in the first innings. He's on that score again.
On par already.
Yes. I was just going to say, though, that I was pretty impressed with the way Eddie Moore batted and sort of changed approach yesterday. Of course, he and John Bird were going very well. Those 75 runs came up inside 20 overs. But then as soon as the wickets started to fall, Eddie Moore, you could see, just realised, I've got to hang in there, I've got to be there on the final day.
Eddie Moore took a bit of a nasty rap on his finger late in the day. The Lions bowlers fired up. Tsepo Moreki, as I mentioned, picking up 2 out of those 3 wickets. Cody Youssef bowling with a 1.84 economy, so he was fired up, getting a fifer in the first innings, and so you just sense that the Lions are maybe slightly ahead, but if these two can put together a solid partnership, there might be a victory in store for the WSB Western Province side.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs to get on a final day, even though the pitch is not showing a lot of deterioration. And yeah, I think I had this discussion with our co-commentator Brad White. I think you would have the DP World Lions as favourites.
A bit of a rip snorter there. Better line from Moreki. The one that went for 4 earlier in the over was a little bit wider than perhaps he would have liked, but well directed this time. I don't think he's going to let his foot off the gas this morning. It feels like he's somebody that's really itching for wickets. He wants to run in and hit the deck hard. He doesn't seem like he just kind of floats it up there and offers batters opportunities.
I love the way, I just love the intensity that Tsepo Moreki shows, the enthusiasm there, and maybe we can get a shot of it at the top of his run-up when he turns and he's about to come into bowl. You see him, the feet are like kneading the ground. It's like a cat that's very excited, and it's like he can't wait to run in and bowl. He's always got such good body language. He's happy to be out there, clearly.
Well, he is a Lions player, so of course he would look like a cat, no? Foul him! He's cleaned him up there. Tsepo Moreki has absolutely shattered the stumps What a way to welcome the viewers this morning. It's Mfonelo who's gone. He's gone for 8, 92 for 4.
Fabulous delivery. Yeah, just snaking back in between bat and pad. Funel a bit late to close the gate there, I'm afraid. And Chepo Mareki makes a vital early breakthrough for the DP World Lions. Bongi and Funel gone for 8. He was there for 19 deliveries, and those 8 runs came courtesy of 2 boundaries. 92 for 4.
Well, we just mentioned that he was fired up, and the bails have gone so far that Connor Esthuizen's done a bit of a retrieval job. Have a look at this one again. Off the surface, back in, and he's castled him. Isn't that a sight for every fast bowler to behold? Connor Esthuizen has gone to fetch the bails about 50 yards away from the stumps. Shows how hard that the furniture has been disturbed. Brilliant start for the Lions, and now it brings George Linder to the crease. 46 in the first innings, the leading run scorer for his side, and coming into this contest, second on the run scoring list, showing that he's not done yet with prospects of a national call-up. Both bat and ball he's looking to contribute, but now quite an arduous task ahead of him with Cody Yusuf set to bowl from the call-it drive end.
Yeah, George Linder, a key man for me. You mentioned the form he's in. Obviously very experienced. Pretty much came in a similar position in the first innings. Came in at 60 for 4. Scored 46. So he kind of held together the Western Province batting in the first innings. And just in terms of composure and know-how, he I think is going to be a key guy for Western Province if they're going to make this stiff target.
2 slips and a gully in position, and just 1 man out at fine leg. Forward short leg as well. Eddie Moore looking to get things going, looking to get things started. He wants to make sure that both he and George Linder are able to rotate the strike. The last thing you want is to be bogged down. If you're going to seek out a victory or maybe even a draw, the way to do it is not to just sit there and wait for the bowlers to bowl at you all day, because that's when mistakes come and that's when wickets can fall.
Yeah, and Eddie Moore is also a dangerous man for the DP World Lions to contend with. They got 100 last week, but he's the sort of guy that if he goes on the offensive can be very destructive. Just a question of, can he change gears again? You know, from shutting up shop, understandably, a bit last night. He now obviously has to get himself in, on the fourth morning. But then can he turn the pressure back onto the Lions' attack?
The question I'd like to know, Ken, is with the overhead conditions being what they are, a bit of partly cloudy conditions, how much will that affect his ability to change those gears? Because, you know, when there is a bit of a breeze, as we can feel here in the commentary box, it's almost like a bit of aircon coming in from outside. So there is a breeze outside. There is some cloud overhead. It's not by any means overcast. It's probably say 60-70% cloud cover. And so with the sun coming and going, will that assist the bowlers early in the morning?
I thought it was the aircon inside, to be honest, David. Yeah, look, the Wanderers is often quite tricky to bat on in the first hour.
Big shout. Umpire Awangila Satuma gives him. Eddie Moore, the danger man, is dealt with this morning. 2 wickets in the first couple of overs this morning. A delivery hooping back in, traps him on the pad. And Yusuf has his first in the second.
Excellent decision, I think, by umpire Abongile Sadumo. I'm pretty sure Eddie Moore would have been thinking that's a bit leg-side-ish. But we see that he stepped across his stumps a bit. And the ball probably pitched middle and off maybe. And then just straightened beautifully on Eddie Moore to hit the pads. And we do know from earlier in this game, umpire Abongile Sadumo thinks very long and hard before giving an LBW, but I think he's got this one spot on and a really good piece of bowling.
Incredible, incredible. It's the 3 dots that set it up, and then it's the one that comes back in. He's gone across him, and then the one that comes back in does the business for him. He gets his first and his 6th for the game, 92 for 5.
Yeah, wonderful by Cody Yusuf, dragging Eddie Moore across his stumps. You could see from that replay that Eddie Moore had stepped pretty much onto off stump. And then with the ball coming back into him like that, if he missed, he was gone, and that's the case. So 34, failing to add to his overnight score, Eddie Moore, and a massive double blow by the DP World Lions in the first 2 overs of this final day.
But it almost seems inevitable, Ken, when one falls, another one will shortly follow. And that brings Mihlali Mpongwana to the crease. The Lions not really changing their field. They've got a mid-wicket in place, a mid-on, mid-off, backward point, 2 slips a gully. Yes, the ball is 33 overs old, and so they're not hoping for much assistance through the air, but maybe it's worth getting another fielder close in there, maybe pushing that mid-on closer in, that mistime stroke. But if you are a Lions fan, you would have enjoyed your first cup of tea this morning.
Yeah, dream start for them. And look, I don't think the ball's going to do a huge amount this morning, but maybe just enough.
Goodness me, that's a huge hooping delivery. Kaya Fakude, I think, and at short leg was absolutely certain that one had taken something through on its way to Connor Esterhuizen.
Mihlali Mpongwana is a tall man, a big man. He's got a lot to get out of the way here. I think he probably did. Certainly got the gloves well away from the ball.
Well, the umpire believes he got out the way, so that's all that really matters.
Correct.
But there's no love lost here between these two sides. It's always a good contest when they do come together. We've had tied games. We've had everything you could imagine, and that's the joy of this level. Struck in front, but maybe there was 2 sounds there. Umpire Stumo says, no, sir. That's the over, 92 for 5.
Yeah, and just the way the DP World Lions curtailed that appeal, they were very excited initially, but then I think the realization that Mpongwana just got a little scratch on this, and fortunately for him, because I think he might have been in trouble there.
Well, somebody else that's going to be in trouble later today is the England women, as South Africa take on England at 2 o'clock at the Buffalo Park in East London. Maybe you can spend some of the morning listening to us and watching us on Ganubi Beach, and then heading over to the stadium. We might be done here before then, so you could get a double day of cricket.
Yeah, well, there have been some remarkable turnarounds in this game, especially yesterday. Of course, we remember the dramatic 5-day final the last time these two teams met. And yesterday was a similarly sort of dramatic day with the Lions crashing to 44 for 8.
He's beaten him. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
I mean, World Sports Betting Western Province are right back in the game then. And then it took the man who turned the final around at the end of last season, Delano Potgieter, and the man who's bowling now, Tsepo Mareki, to really turn things around with their partnership of 77 for the 9th wicket. How vital those runs are looking now.
Yeah, a lead of 240 versus a lead of 316 certainly makes a difference in the minds of the Western Province players. Oh, a bit of an outside edge on the bounce to Joshua Richards there at the gully. It's no easy task this morning for the Western Province batters.
Yeah, you know, even on good pitches that haven't deteriorated much, anything above 250 in the 4th innings, it's a daunting task. It's a lot tougher than it may seem.
Especially, I think, Ken, with teams being cognizant of the points on offer when you get a win versus that of a draw. So teams are also willing to risk a little bit more in order to try and go after a result.
Yeah, I guess that's the good thing of the bonus point system, with there being 16 points for a win and just 6 for a draw. Previously, the margin between those two tallies was less, and certainly it's a good incentive now for teams to push for the win. 16 points is, if you think about it, that on average in any game, teams are generally getting 6 to 8 bonus points from batting and bowling. So to get 16 on top of that for a win, that makes a big difference.
Thankfully, Cricket South Africa have made this simple enough for any fan to understand, because honestly, if you ask me how the Test Championship scoring works, I couldn't tell you. I honestly couldn't tell you. There's teams playing 2 Test series, and then others are playing 5, but some matter and some don't, and some count more than others. And that one I struggle to keep up with. I'm happy here with Cricket South Africa's decision for 4-day cricket and the points system that have been allocated. Maybe you could explain to us after this delivery what goes on, because I just know that the Proteas need to do well in this upcoming 2 Test series.
Yeah, well, the World Test Championship situation is still pretty fluid, because there are so many Test series on the go or still to be played. Of course, India are in Australia and doing very well the last 2 days.
Dramatic scenes in Perth.
Yeah, England go to New Zealand. We are playing Sri Lanka and Pakistan at home. Australia still have to go to Sri Lanka. So all those results still have to get thrown into the melting pot. But if South Africa win these 4 tests against Sri Lanka and Pakistan, we'll be in the final. That's pretty much certain.
Flicked away off his pads, 2 straight. And the first runs for George Linder. And there's 2 of them. The crucial thing here, I think, Ken, for South African fans is those 2 Test matches against Sri Lanka, because we were undone in 2019 as the over ends 94 for 5. We were undone in 2019 by a brilliant performance by Sri Lanka, despite having done really well here. I seem to remember Vian Mulder doing a great job here in that. Was that series or the series before against Sri Lanka?
So when we lost to Sri Lanka, it was at the same 2 venues that we're playing them.
Kingsmead and Gqeberha at St George's.
And St George's Park. So a few eyebrows were raised when those were the venues for this series. Sri Lanka did return a couple of years later and were duly beaten 2-0.
During COVID.
Yeah, that would have been.
Round about COVID time, yes, I seem to remember. Vian Mulder got 6 here, if I'm not mistaken. If mind serves me correctly. Yusuf with a new over, and Pongwana now gets the opportunity to cross and rest at the other end.
Yeah, if South Africa win those 2 tests against Sri Lanka, it might even be enough, depending on other results. 2 wins, 2 draws could get us into the final.
Well, Sri Lanka have been doing very well themselves in the 5-day format. I think, if I'm not mistaken, going into this Border Gavaskar series, they were 3rd on the log, and so they are in with a shout as well.
Yeah, we're only 5th, I think, in the standings. But we've got those 4 tests at home. But Sri Lanka, very strong contenders. New Zealand are in the mix after beating India 3-0 in India.
That's a rip snort of a bouncer, especially to somebody the height of George Linder. Good work there by Cody Yusuf, but even better from George Linder just to get underneath it and not give an opportunity for a catch behind. Still life in this surface, Ken. Pace and bounce.
Yeah, it's steadily sped up, the pitch. So even though it hasn't deteriorated much, there'll still be something on offer, and maybe a bit of variable bounce will come into it today as well.
So these two teams, their next game, as it is closing day, is an interesting prospect for these two teams. Remember that the Lions have the Warriors here next week, and Western Province play the Knights. The Knights doing very well at the moment in this 4-day competition. Up near the top.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they suffered a blow losing to the Titans at Centurion a couple of days ago. But they've certainly shown themselves to be competitive and a good side. Western Province have lost, 5 Proteas, so that's taken a big chunk out of their side. I think Lions Warriors here next week. That's going to be a very interesting game as well. It's the last game, I think, before a lengthy break in the 4-day competition.
Well, encouraging for fans of young South African cricketers. If you're saying that's the last one for the year, it means that Quinama Parker will make his return, according to Dom Hendricks, told us when he was on commentary during the CSA T20. So it might see the return of Quinama Parker. The question is, who on earth do you leave out of this side, having done so well with ball in hand?
Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? Someone's going to feel hard done by, certainly. Just a little correction, well, a clarification on what I said about it being the last. It's the last game for the Lions this year in the competition. There's another round. So Western Province play the Knights. That's actually from the 6th of December. Mm-hmm. So a bit later than the others. And then there's a round of 2 games just before Christmas, 19th to 22nd December. Warriors host the Titans and Dolphins host Boerland. And then the whole competition breaks until the 3rd week in March.
So at the end of that Yusuf over, he's bowled 8 overs now, 1 for 12, 95 for 5. And if you're following along and saying, why so lengthy of a gap? Well, there's SA20 that gets underway in the first part of 2025. And before that, there's a test at Newlands, almost said New Zealand. New Year's Day test getting underway the 3rd of January. Faint tickle down to fine leg. Yusuf doing the fielding. Leg buys is the signal from Maria Rasmus.
This conversation started out about bonus points, and it's a reasonably complicated system. Bonus points are decided. This is the batting and bowling bonus points are decided in the first innings.
Should we get our pen and paper to write these down?
I think we can manage.
Can we follow along?
Without
Okay.
it, I hope so.
Lead us, Ken. Lead us to the explanation.
And you can only get bonus points in the first 100 overs of the first innings.
For batting and bowling.
For batting and bowling. So
Okay.
bowling, there are 4 bonus points on offer for 3 wickets, 5 wickets, 7 wickets, and 9 wickets.
Within the first 100 overs of the first innings.
Yes. And then batting, you get your first batting bonus point when you reach 150. Nothing before then. And then thereafter, you get 0.02 of a point for each run thereafter. So basically it works out that for every 50 runs after 150, you get another bonus point.
All right.
Or a fraction thereof if you get 40 out of 50.
So every run is literally worth a speck of gold.
Yes, after 150.
It's good bowling here. Good bowling here by Moreki. So let's help those at home following along what that means. So the Lions, 403 for 6 when they declared.
Yeah, but that was in well over 100 overs. That was in.
Okay, so after the 100 overs, those points don't count.
Yeah, so the Lions batted for 126 overs.
Right.
But after 100 overs, they had 273 for 3.
Okay, so they would have got their 150 and then another.
So they got 3.46 batting points
Okay.
and the full house of 4 bowling points. So they're currently on 7.46 points. If they win, they add 16 onto that, so they'll end up with 23.46 points. Western Province have only got 2.16 batting points,
Okay.
and the Lions restricted them to just 1 bowling bonus point. So they're on 3.16 at the moment, looking to add 6 for the draw or 16 for the win.
So just remind me again, you said how many points for the Lions for victory in this game?
You get
Including their
16
bonus.
for a win,
Yes.
plus with the bonus points, that'll put them on 23.46.
That'll take them to the top of the log by my calculation.
Absolutely,
Because
yeah,
the
yeah,
Titans are 46.4 points and another, 23 points you said will take them over the 50 mark. So 59,
59
point something,
yeah, yeah,
give or take, maybe
yeah.
60
I
points.
think they'll just scrape over 60, yeah. So,
That's a healthy lead.
well, that's the thing, that going into this game, the log was quite congested,
Yeah, the Lions 4th, Province
You had-
5th, and
but you know,
point
the Dragons
5
were
of a
top.
point between. Point 3.
Dragons were top on 39.38, and Boerland were 5th on 32.02. So there were just 7 points between 1 to 5. Lions were 3rd on 36.68. So,
Just one from that over, 96 for the loss of 5.
so yeah, win here will give them a very nice lead, but because of the Knights losing,
Yeah, the Titans went to the top of the log as a
Yeah.
result of their victory over the Knights. So it's
Yeah.
Titans, Knights, Dragons, Lions, Province, Rocks, Warriors, Dolphins. Some concerning signs for the team from Kingsmead.
they'll be worried because they finished last in the T20 competition, currently bottom of the 4-day. They've had some unfortunate injury problems, key players out, and obviously they also have a share of Proteas that haven't been available, but they'll be needing to get off the bottom of this log very quickly and have a good one-day cup.
Good history of the Dolphins doing well in the CSA One Day Cup as Yusuf begins a new over.
Yeah, they have done well in that competition in the past. They've generally been very difficult to play at home because of the low, slow, and turning Kingsmead pitch and the great spinners the Dolphins have. Although I hear, and I'm sure Brad White will be able to tell us more because he would have stood at Kingsmead sometime this season, that it's a pitch with a bit more pace and bounce this season.
There's a bit of a half shout there from the Lions. Not really convinced, maybe hopeful rather than exclamatory. Yeah, maybe just missing leg pole.
Yeah, pretty clearly going to miss leg stump, that one. As we said earlier, it's quite hard to get an LBW out of Abungile Suduma, which is great, which is good. That's probably the way it should be.
Oh, that nearly trickled onto the stumps. Oh boy. That was an ooh and ah type moment. Mpongwana on the back foot defending, bounced and nearly clipped the leg bail there.
And you can see he didn't know where the ball was, so he didn't try and kick it away.
And especially when he's going back into his crease, there's not much space between him and the stumps. So if you play that back foot defensive stroke, there's not much, not much hope of kicking it away because you stand the severe risk of kicking your own stumps. I wonder if there's going to be something full and straight now that he's seen Mpongwana is going back. Another short delivery. Maybe there's something brewing here, Ken. And a no ball as well signaled.
I was going to say that Cody Yusuf is cranking up the heat. Yeah, he's bowling quite briskly. Mpongwana forced back, hurried in his strokes. But Cody Yusuf perhaps just straining a little bit too much. for that extra yard there, overstepping.
Outside half of the bat is able to get it over the man in the ring. It'll go all the way, will it? Oh, antagonizing, but the signal is that it is 4. So a bit of a flurry there. Sipamla trying to rein it in, not able to do so. 4 runs.
It was very uppish by Pongwana. Mid-off is quite wide. A more traditional mid-off might have actually caught that. And I wonder if that was a bit of variable bounce as he went on the drive and the ball popped up a bit at him, or maybe he was just trying to drive on the up too much. 100 up for World Sports Betting Western Province.
2 balls left in the over. What is in the bag of tricks of Cody Yusuf? Sensible delivery there and a sensible shot from Mihlali Mpongwana. He's on 5, George Lind on 2. This partnership now worth 9, but they still need 216 more runs to win. The final ball of Yusuf's 9th. Mpongwana now coming down the wicket, advancing, trying to mess with the mind of Cody Yusuf. No problems for either side there. 101 for 5. Right, and we're going to have a change in commentary. Brad White is going to take the place of Ken Borland as I jump into the analyst position. Hopefully I can do a good enough job. And don't forget that the 22nd of December, South Africa take on Pakistan right here for the 13th annual Pink Day. Pitch up in pink and support those fighting breast cancer. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Brad, welcome. Good morning. A bit of drama early on here, 2 wickets falling.
Yeah, good morning, David. Yeah, it's exactly what the Lions would have been looking for, and we'll obviously be happy with those quick 2 wickets. But exactly, you know, so just it's good to see that George Linder and Mungo, they've consolidated and they're batting a lot better together. And obviously now they need to obviously try and get to drinks, and then from drinks, really work hard to get to lunch.
Looking resplendent in blue this morning. Brad, you're trying to match the skyline here.
Exactly. Yeah. Beautiful day here in South Africa, once again in Johannesburg. And no better sight than being able to sit up here in the media box, looking down on the beautiful stadium of the DP World Wanderers. It's nice to see Moreki running in there with getting the ball to carry through very nicely. So you can see the Lions are up for it this morning. They know how important it is, this first session this morning. And both opening bowlers are bowling good areas and trying to get as much assistance they can in these first 2 hours of this morning.
Yeah, Mpongwana and Linda, kind of the last recognized pair with Nyaku, Simmons, Nabe and Lawrence to come. So vital partnership between these 2 batters. Good all-rounders, but they just need to hunker down here. These Lions bowlers are really fired up.
No, exactly, David. Mpongwana, he's batting really well. He's looking solid. He's really come on as a player. Really good all-rounder. Very useful with the ball. Bowls good areas. He's tall. He bowls at a nice pace as well. And like I say, a really solid batter. I think when he first came on the scene, he was probably batting around 9. And he's made himself into a really good all-rounder. And I think he's been rewarded, if I'm not mistaken. He's represented South Africa already. And yeah, you know, and the province have got a strong batting lineup. Still got, like you say, Simmons and Nyaku, who batted really well in the first innings. I've seen Simmons also, it's really handy with the bat.
What was kind of a highlight for you yesterday in this game? Everything and more happened, but was there a particular kind of moment in the game that really stuck out for you?
Yeah, there was some amazing. It was an amazing day, like you say, David. And just for me, obviously it started off with they got this quick 2 wickets in the morning session, and then Province came out and they had they suddenly, for me, was quite a changing point. Was that run out? Just like a silly run out, and just something like that. When they first came out of field, Province, they looked really deflated and down, and then suddenly they picked up that first wicket, and then suddenly they ran out, and before you knew it, they had the Lions sort of 4 or 5 down, and it just shows you how quickly the game can change, and how can also picking up wickets like that. Suddenly, the Province guys were a lot more positive, and they you could see they became lifted as well, and suddenly had them 48 for 8. And all their seam bowlers really bowled well as well, which was good to see. Nabe, Yaku, and it was
Lawrence,
and Lawrence as well. So a fantastic day of cricket. And then obviously then they had the partnership of Purgita and
Mureki.
Mareki, obviously, he's bowling at the moment, and that was also wonderful cricket to see how the game goes from one team to the other, and the ups and downs, and that's why I keep on saying it, and like how important first-class cricket is. 4-day cricket for me is the ultimate. And then obviously in the last session, then you had the Province coming out to bat. They were looking 60 without loss. And anyway, we have an over up here, so 101 for 5 now, Province. And then obviously we had the partnership with Moore and I can't think of his first name now. What was his name?
Bongi Mfunelwa, late in the day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then they were looking good at 60 without loss. And then
Bird rather.
Sorry, Bird. Yeah, but Jonathan Bird. And then they suddenly picked up those quick 2-3 wickets, and then they had them in trouble again.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's how good this game was. It wasn't just one moment that was a highlight. It's been action, particularly since day 3 showed all of its talents. Cody Yusuf to begin his 10th, 1 for 17. I suppose in any game, if you're bowling those figures, you'd be happy with it. He's only got that 1 wicket this morning, but he's been invaluable for the Lions with ball in hand in the first and second innings.
Yeah, exactly, David. And once again, he's brought a good line of length there. There's a little bit of assistance in the pitch. So, and the Lions, they'll be aware of that. So they know they're going to be stick to their disciplines, keep hitting the right areas, and obviously the odd ball, if they can just get a little bit of movement either way, and that's what you're looking for. Hitting that seam. Obviously, there's a little bit of grass on the wicket. We've just heard in that, and so and like I said, as the days go on, each day the wicket deteriorates just a little bit more, because there's obviously you can't water the pitch, so it just gets drier and drier. A nice shot there by Mpunganwa.
It's a good bit of fielding there by Delano Potgieter, just to whip around there and cut it off.
And going back to Cody Yusuf, very useful bowler. He's got a very skiddy action, so he's quite deceptive. It's a lot quicker than what you think.
Like a Lazard Williams? Is that a similar type of character?
No, exactly, David. It's a great example.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. What a lovely delivery there. This is certainly something that neutral fans of both sides will be enjoying. Watching this one again, looked like he didn't really have all that much foot movement. Yeah, he just gets into position and pushes at that one. So there is encouraging signs for Lions fans, and even if you're a neutral, you would enjoy this battle that's going on between batter and bowler.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, David. You can see there's a slight slope to the pitch as well towards the changing room area. Oh, very nasty delivery that. And he's taken a blow to the head.
So talk us through the concussion protocols here. You mentioned yesterday when one of the fielders got hit that if he were a batter, now it's a batter that's been hit. What's the next step?
Yeah, so the umpires will have to wait for the doctor or the physio to come on the field, and he'll do a concussion test. They'll have to check him out. And then, like I said earlier as well, it's very important that the umpires stand there just to make sure, and also just check it out as well, because obviously in the position that they are now, they will be wanting him to carry on to continue batting. But for us as umpires, the most important thing is the safety of the players. And so what he'll do, he'll just check him out, he'll check the helmet, he'll ask him a couple of questions. He might say to him, what is today, what day are we on, what is our score, how many wickets have we lost. And if you see the way he's answering the questions, and if you're the umpire there and you're watching him ask these questions, you'll notice maybe he's he might be answering a question, you'll see his eyes flickering, you'll pick up something, and then you can even just put in a word and say to the physio, listen, maybe I think you just should take him off and just check him out properly,
It looked like a really ugly bouncer there. And the problem is, so in credit to Mihlali Mpongwana, he's dropped his hands, but he's turned his head away from that one. And that's where he's been undone, because for those watching at home, maybe youngsters, he's got his hands out the way, but it's that element of turning away that can really be your undoing. The moment you lose sight of it, anything is on the table.
Yeah, and it becomes very difficult here at the Wanderers when you get to the third and fourth day, because the bounce becomes a little bit more inconsistent. So, I know the one thing I find about the modern player, and maybe it comes from T20 cricket, it's become a lot more power hitting and things like that. So they like to, when I was younger, we were taught to go back and across and to get behind the ball. So we worked a lot on short pitch bowling when I was younger in that sense, and we didn't have helmets. So I only started wearing a helmet probably in matric.
Giving away your age here, Brad.
Grade 11, grade 12, and the bowlers were still quick in those days. They're no different today. And, but we were taught to always keep the eyes on the ball, and especially now when you start playing on a pitch like this now, it becomes inconsistent. It's very important to make sure you do go right back. When we were younger, we were taught to go right back and across, get right forward. And what I found with the modern player, a lot of them don't quite go right back and across anymore. So they will get caught now and then. And that's what I've found with the modern player. They will get hit more on the head. And and I think it's because of T20 cricket. Like I say, they're going to and they're prepared to pull off the front foot and things like that.
Sure.
We didn't really quite play that way.
I suppose also, filtering into that is the fact that the bats today, you get a lot more value for shot. Going back to your era that you mentioned, if you didn't get back and across, you wouldn't get the most off the bat. Here you can rely a lot more on your hands, and the bat is a lot more forgiving in stroke making than it was in the past. The thickness of bats and the ability of you to not even middle it, and it still can travel quite a bit here. So the Lions now employing a leg slip in addition to the forward short leg, and they've pushed mid on right close so that Mpongwana can suspect that this might be a fuller one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice to see that Mpongwana is feeling a lot better and he's fine. So that's a good sign. But like I say, at the end of the day, even though he's got a helmet there to protect him, to take a blow on the head is not a nice feeling. So you might start experiencing a headache later, or who knows. But it does affect you. There's no doubt about it. But quite interesting, going back to that as well, like even if you're looking at the short leg, for example, now, for me, a short leg at the Wanderers plays a vital part. When I first started playing for Transvaal, I must have taken at least 20-odd catches at short leg for Snell and Jack. But their positioning on the short leg is also very different to when we played. I would have been a lot more in front of square for that bat pad, and I picked up a lot of catches there.
And probably a lot closer.
Yeah, I would have been, So a little bit more to the left, I would have come. And so quite interesting. Anyway, it's over up, and it's 101 for 5.
It's a maiden as well from Cody Yusuf, 1 for 17 in his 10. And if he could replicate those kind of bowling figures in the One Day Cup in the second half of the season, I think he'd bite your hand off. But it's important for young players to note that the skills, that maybe the equipment has changed and the way that guys play the game has shifted, but it's still important to get the basics right. Make sure you get forward, make sure your balance is good, and crucially when it comes to short pitch bowling, that you are making certain that your eye is on the ball. You know, a lot of youngsters would have kept note of when Phil Hughes passed away that it was because he turned his head. If he'd ducked under it or maybe headed on, that we could have been fortunate enough to see him play more Test cricket for Australia. Moreki begins a new over. He's bowled 12 and picked up those 3 for 27.
Exactly, David. It's cricket is a hard game. It's a tough game, and it's a dangerous game. You know? And I mean, I know that you're involved in coaching, and so am I. And like I was talking about the safety of when we umpire, and it's the same when we coach. You've got to always be aware of the safety aspect, because I mean, at the end of the day, the ball's really hard and it hits you on the head. You can die from it. You know? And that's why when you're in a net, when you're coaching kids and things like that, you need to teach the basics of always keeping your eyes on the nets. Don't have your back to the ball. You know? When you're in the nets, cricket nets, and you're picking up the ball, don't have your head leaning against the cricket net. Push your bats into the net. And I find a lot of these kids today, they're not getting taught that. And if you've got coaches that don't really understand the game, safety is very, very important.
Is there any player that you've felt while umpiring that you weren't safe standing at either square leg or straight on? Somebody that when they hit the ball, you knew you had to be watching. There was no second guessing. You had to move quickly.
I think every one of them, like you say, these bats today are really powerful. And even you get the guys that don't hit the ball that hard, and then suddenly they just time one. So you just never know. Yeah? And I still rely on my reflexes quite a bit, but there could be an incident where it comes off the bowler's hand or ricochets off the wickets. Then you've got no price. Yeah? So there is also a safety concern for umpires. And I believe there have been some umpires in the past that have passed on from being hit by the ball. There was an Israeli umpire that I'd read about. Maybe it happened 5-10 years ago.
I think Wales as well. In Wales, I seem to remember something similar.
Yeah, and I mean, even the bowler, you think about it, he's running now. Look, he's in front of the umpire, and then he could hit it straight back at him. And I wouldn't be surprised that eventually does happen one day. I know I shouldn't be saying that, but if he reconnects it, and hopefully he'll get his hand up, or rather hit your hand than get hit in the head. But it is extremely dangerous, and and I think the players are aware of that, and that's why I think there's. I mean, Ken and I were talking this morning, Ken Ball and I, about how small the cricketing circles are. There's respect towards everyone, and even though the players are playing hard against each other, there are all these sort of things that you are aware of.
And if you think that it's a little bit easier at lower levels, the youngsters are still hitting the ball hard. I remember being hit by Richard Selatswana, the SA 19 cricketer. As Mpongwana defends this one, he looks uncomfortable. Looks like he's wincing. Maybe he's got a bit of a knee problem. But Richard Selatswana hit me on the knee. And I tried to turn sideways on. It didn't help my profile. Normally you think you turn sideways on to try and get out the way, and I got cracked on the knee. There's no holding back. These youngsters, as young as 13, 14, 15, and 16, are hitting the ball hard. I mean, if those who are facing Kwinama Parker were facing 140, who knows what the bat speed is.
No, exactly, David. And we're getting older, so that also doesn't help. But another interesting factor, if you look at the field setting, we've got our 3 slips, and we've got our backward points, and then we've got the short cover, and then you have the mid-on, and then they've got 3 fielders. They've got a leg slip, and they've also got a fine leg to the left of the leg slip, and then the square leg is next to Maria Rasmus. So there's another playing condition or a law in 4-day cricket that you're only allowed to have 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. Yeah. And it all comes from the Bodyline series, which was in the 1930s. I've seen the movie, a fantastic movie to watch if anyone out there hasn't seen it. And a lot of the laws changed because of that series, where they came around the wicket and they were allowed to bowl as many short pitch balls in those days. It was the Ashes series, England versus Australia, which I'm sure a lot of the viewers will be aware of. But a fantastic shot here by Mpongwana.
Looks like they get 3 for it.
And that's a good example of with us with our coaching at David as well. He didn't try to overhit it. He just timed it. And batting's all about timing the ball, not to force it.
105 for 5. This partnership now worth 13. George Linda on 3. Mpongwana on 8. What do you make of the coaches doing their laps around the field? Do you think they're just saying, listen, I would prefer that I don't get trapped in the change room. You know, you spend a lot of time as a coach in the change room. You have to sit for long periods of time. So, what do you make of it? Is it an innovation, or is it just coaches kind of trying to get a better angle on the game?
Yeah, I think it's quite nice for them to be able to just walk around the field. And I see they're walking around with my boss there, Niels Momberg. He's in charge of cricket umpires in South Africa. He used to
So
be
you've
in
got to
charge
say
of
nice
schools.
things about him. Eh?
Yeah, exactly. He used to be in charge of schools cricket for many years, and now he's got the portfolio of running the umpires. No, exactly. I think it's nice for them because then they can also feel the vibe of the field. They can feel the energy of the field. They're both Lions coaches, obviously. So a lot of the coaches do it. And they can also obviously pass messages. Great. It's a bit of a thick edge here, but fortunate there by Mpungwana. A great effort there by the backward point. And it runs away for 4 runs.
Yeah, good introduction here for Luther Sapamla. Taking the edge and an acrobatic dive in vain. That one will go to the boundary for 4. So Mpungwana getting another boundary here. And an important start for the Western Province side to the over. There are still opportunities out there for wickets. This game hasn't by any means petered out into a one-sided contest, or maybe even just guaranteeing a draw.
So we have Sapamla that's come on from this end, and seems to be getting straight into his disciplines of bowling a good line and length. And going back to, we talk about the different eras and everything, but the basics still apply, like you said, David. And yes, the game has changed, and I think as coaches and ex-players, you also need to try and change with times. And like with regard to reverse sweeps and all these different laps and all these different types of shots they play, we as coaches have also had to, adjust and learn to encourage the players to play these shots. But what a fantastic ball that is by Sapamla. And he's bowling the perfect length, just forcing him on that drive. And like I said earlier, you just get a little bit of shape with the angle of the pitch and a little bit of seam, and that's all you need. Yeah?
I don't believe Mhlali Mpungwana has been able to read the lengths here from the lines this morning. I suspect he was kind of waiting on the back foot with Cody Yusuf. He was in a position where he was anticipating a short ball after short ball. And yes, Cody Yusuf did oblige him, but that shot to me indicates that he's premeditating and isn't quite comfortable with what is coming out of the hand and is almost reacting rather than being proactive. Much better there from Mhlali Mpungwana. He heard, he was listening. You know those little commentary earpieces? He had one and heard the advice. Just stand still and you'll be okay.
Well, these fast bowlers are very sneaky. What they do as well, the short pitch ball can be used in many different ways. So what they try and do is they might give you 2 or 3 quick short balls just to get you stuck on the back foot. And even though you know that the next one could be pitched up or what they're trying to do, suddenly your feet don't move that little bit more than, you get stuck that little bit, a fraction of a movement. And that creates your footwork not to move like it should be moving. Your mind is telling you to get forward, but your foot just doesn't want to go there slightly. And
the brain and body are not in agreement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah? Especially when you first come into bat. Yeah? And these are all the psychological things about cricket that you learn over all the years. And it's a fantastic game. Yeah? For me, it's the best game in the world. And there are just so many aspects to it, and you never stop learning either.
At the end of the over, we'll give you a bit of an update of what's going on in the women's Pro 20 matches that are on the go. Hollywood Bets Pro 20. Right, end of the over, 109 for 5. The Dolphins ladies and Titans ladies are taking each other on up at Groenkloof, and the Titans, as they're about to get underway with the 12th over, 59 for the loss of 3. Tebogo Macheke on 11, and Mapangula is on 14. So 3 early wickets, but the partnership worth 30 in that game. And then the other Hollywood Bets Pro 20 game. The Knights women taking on the Western Province side, and the Province ladies have just hit a boundary that'll take them to 91 for 3 halfway through the 13th over. Kayla Renica on 6 and Leah Jones on 1. Miane Smith with 1 for 16 for the Knights women. What do you make of this format as we see the introduction of spin the first time today? Bjorn Fortuin from the golf course. And what do you make of the way the women's tournament is structured, 50 overs and then 20 overs? Would you say that helps the ladies get some consistency in game time?
Yeah, I think it's. I think the format sounds really good. I would prefer to go into a longer version of the game first and then go into my T20. But I know how they structure it as well. It just depends on what series are coming up for cricket in our country. So I see that we've got a series now against England. I'm not sure what format are they playing. Is it 50 overs? The ODI, I think. Yeah?
All 3 formats against England. So it's T20s today, and then one days, and then there's a test at Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein.
So they're very good that way. They seem to structure all our fixtures around what series are coming up. So if South Africa has a 5-day test series coming up, like we've got against Sri Lanka coming up, I think it starts on the 17th, yes. And then we've got Pakistan. And that's why we're playing our 4-day first-class series. And then you can see how the performances of our guys are going and try and give them that sort of... You need that experience, your mindset, to be ready for when you go into those particular series.
Correction, it's the 27th. My apologies. That first test taking place at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead on the 27th of this month. Just a few days away, 3 days before South Africa take on Sri Lanka at Kingsmead.
And that was an excellent effort there by Mareki. He just come off a spell of bowling, and he just made a wonderful save there. He stopped 4 runs for the Lions. And I like this tactic from the Lions to bring on Bjorn Fortuin quite early this morning. He did a wonderful job yesterday. You could see that their opening bowlers were really tired, because obviously Mareki and Purkita put on that enormous partnership, that one session after lunch. And he did a great job yesterday. He bowled 9 overs for 9 runs, and he picked up a wicket late in the afternoon. And sometimes the spin at the Wanderers is underrated. A lot of people don't realise that you get a lot more bounce here. And it does actually turn. I know in this particular game there hasn't been a lot of turn because obviously there's a lot of grass on the pitch. But if it is left a lot barer, and it can turn you. Clive Eckstein did a wonderful job here for many, many years. And we sometimes get set in our ways of thinking that certain grounds take spin and some don't. It just depends how the grounds prepares the pitch as well.
I think more and more, though, the Wanderers has become a surface that assists, a turning ball. As you mentioned, not necessarily in this game, but there have been games here that I recall, particularly, I think, during the Freedom Series in 2021, where the spinners got some joy. But I think that's the joy of South African cricket. You can get surface in multiple places, having different outcomes for both batters and bowlers. There used to be a time where Kingsmead was full of green grass and batter's nightmare, but now as we come to the end of the 42nd rather, 113 for 5, now Kingsmead is a very different surface.
Yeah, so you can talk about all the grounds. It's quite interesting. So with all our umpiring experiences and that, and we travel a lot, which is very important for the umpires to see all the different types of conditions. I look at Kimberley, I look at St George's with Adrian Carter there. He's been the groundsman there for over 20 odd years, and if he wants to get a wicket that seams around, he can make it happen. You'll just leave a little bit more grass on. I see it in Kimberley as well. When they want results, they can get a wicket to seam around as well. Like I say, most of the grounds, and they are known to be grounds that are meant to be very flat wickets, but they've learned to, and even at Buffalo Park, when I played for Border, we used to always leave a bit of grass on for our quick bowlers, and we used to have a lot of teams 90 for 6 in the first innings. And so it just shows you can get your groundsmen, if you work well with them, you can communicate well with him. You can get him to prepare the wickets that are going to assist your team. And that's what you want. I mean, you look at India, they're going to produce, they can also produce green wickets and get wickets to seam around. I've heard that when I went to umpire there as well. We had an exchange system, which is a fantastic thing. But their wickets, you can open that. I stood in Chennai and they opened the bowling with the spin bowler on the first day. Yeah, it was amazing. And that was a hell of an experience, yeah.
I think also to highlight with India, the fast bowling stocks have come leaps and bounds in the last 10, 15 years.
Just drifting down the leg there. No, exactly. And you can see how they've produced a lot of fantastic fast bowlers. You've got Bumrah now. I'm not sure of the guys opening bowling at the moment, but he's also quite a new guy.
Mohammad Siraj has
Yeah,
been
that's right.
of great value to them as well.
Yes, and I see there was another youngster that.
Ashdeep in the T20 competition, or T20s that were here.
Exactly. And in the olden days, they didn't have a lot of really fast bowlers, like you say, like maybe 20 years ago. And they just keep producing them. And Pakistan have got they're another nation that have produced many great fast bowlers. Waqar Yunus, Wasim Akram, Shoaib Akhtar. Yeah, exactly. So, so it's important to produce all these different types of wickets. Like you say, you want to have a balance of producing really good spinners, and you obviously also want a balance of producing fast bowlers. And I think South Africa, we're also going that way. Yeah? We've suddenly got some really world-class spinners. We've got Maharaj now. We've had Simon Harmer.
Mutasami did well in Bangladesh recently.
Yeah, Shamsi. So it's going well for South Africa. We have a nice balance. There was a time where we didn't have any spinners, well, we were struggling. We might have had one or two. Now we've got quite a group of guys that even beyond Fortuin here today. Carl Simmons I feel he's quite an underrated spinner. Yeah? So all these, and that's good for our cricket in our country. Shot, but once again, like you say, he played that well, but real no footwork. Yeah, if anything, you can maybe get his feet to move a bit better. But yeah, and going back to that, groundsmen play a big part of cricket in South Africa, and they are the people that people don't really, they're never they never get spoken about. They're like scorers, I suppose, or umpires. They all play a part in development of cricket, and they've got to prepare the wickets, and you want good wickets so that you produce good cricket and you produce, obviously, good players. Oh, lovely shot that. Great shot off the back foot. Just leant onto it, and beautiful timing of the ball by Mpongwana. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's just a confident stroke there from Mihlali Mpongwana. Finally one is timed to perfection. A little bit short there from Sipamla, too much width, and Mpongwana just pounced on that one. There's one ball remaining, and then we'll have a change of commentary and a drinks break before that.
Yeah, and WSB Western Province now they need 198, which is under 200, so it's a bit of a landmark achieved. And that's what they need to do. They just need to keep grinding away. Hopefully have a little bit of luck. And, I suppose that was always bound to happen where you're going to have one of these big partnerships.
Overdone. 119 for 5. Did I jump the gun there, Brad? Is drinks not at the hour mark, or have they shifted it to 10 minutes? Hey, has that changed in playing conditions? That
No.
Instead of an hour and then you go from there?
So the playing condition is 2 hours 10. So they'll have drinks at 11:05. And so it's 11:05, and then the drinks will be for
10 past or 5 past?
11:05.
All right.
So they break it up in half an hour, hour 5.
Don't
And then
forget that
lunch is at 12:10. Yeah.
today, 2 o'clock at Buffalo Park in East London, South Africa take on England in the first of the women's inbound tour. Looking forward to a world-class performance from the ladies.
So it's quite interesting with Beyond Fortuin coming onto bowl here. He's bowling on the opposite side that he bowled on yesterday. And I would think the reasoning being is that the seamers, I think, would prefer to bowl from the corner drive end.
just because there's a bit of that slope, as you mentioned, from right to left on the screen?
Exactly, and so that's another reason why they most probably would have discussed it in the change rooms, in their team meetings. So they would have been discussing a lot of different types of tactics. Yeah? But with Beyond now, he's coming over the wickets, coming up the slope. But anyway, lovely little shot there by Linda. Just helped around the corner and used the pace of the bowler, and they're running through for 3 runs.
So Hamza having to put his skates on there to get that one. It's a very long boundary down here at fine leg, right under our noses. And almost reminds me of Bloemfontein or Potchefstroom, where the boundaries are ginormous.
Yeah, especially in Bloemfontein. They have one of the biggest boundaries and fields. And so as a player, you always got to be aware of how far you need to come off the boundary to stop them from running twos. And that's where the home advantage comes in. You know, like all these unions. So when you play at a particular union, you're going to play half your games at your home venue. So you obviously had a huge advantage. And you can even see it with this match. You know? The Lions, they just seem to know just that little 10% more that maybe the province guys don't quite. They understand the Wanderers, you learn over the years, but they will have an advantage of the conditions. Bit of a half shot there. Looks like it's angling down the leg side.
And the concern always with Mihlali Mpongwana is height. That one, as he comes round the wicket, yeah, maybe missing all 3 pegs. And that is going to be drinks, yes? Yeah, it looks like it. So, at the drinks break, after beginning the day on 88 for 3, trailing 229, the Western Province side are 122 for 5. 7 wickets were needed at the start of the day for the Lions. They've got 2 out of them, and Western Province need 195. 3 wickets for Tsepo Moreki, 1 for Cody Youssef, 1 for Bjorn Fortuin. And look at that economy for Cody Youssef, Brad, 1.7. He started the day on 1.84, so he's brought it down.
Yeah, so looking at the figures here, Cody Youssef has bowled 10 overs for 17 runs, 4 maidens, and he's picked up that wicket. He's excellent bowling. And then you got Luto Sapamla, he's bowled 9 overs for 35, hasn't picked up a wicket yet. And then Tsepo Moreki, 13 overs for 31, and he's picked up 3 wickets. So he's done a sterling job. And obviously, you can see, you know, we always spoke about maidens bring wickets. And then you got Delana Purgita, obviously he just bowled that 1 over, but you can forgive him for the way he batted yesterday. He was obviously extremely tired. And then obviously Beyond Fortuin's figures were also there. I think he's bowled about 11 overs for about 20 odd runs, and he's got 1 wicket.
Yeah, 1 for 12 in his 11, so very economical. Just getting some treatment there. Run to the kettle or run to the fridge. We'll be back with you after this drinks break.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers, and some early action, some early excitement for Luto Sepamla, as I'm not sure, I think he started off appealing for LBW and then slip got involved. Didn't carry the slip. Calling all pockets a bit with the appealing there.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been a half chance there. But it's amazing how that happens, Ken, after a break in play, how suddenly you can pick up a wicket or two. And, the players will be aware of that.
So Western Province took a double knock early this morning, wickets in the first couple of overs after they resumed on 83 for 3. Oh, played a miss. That was awfully close. George Linder.
Yeah, and that's sorry, Ken. That was such a nice length from Sepamla. He's bowling nice and full there. Just trying to get the batsman on the drive, and that's the length you've got to be looking to bowl this morning.
Yeah, since those two early wickets, George Linder and Masali Pongwana have done pretty well. They've dug in, partnership with 30, got through to the first drinks break, and now be looking to go on to lunch.
I like their field setting here as well. They've got the two slips in the gully.
Whipped away off the pads by George Linder. Fine leg will come around and do some good fielding. Couple of runs though to Linder.
Yeah, excellent fielding there. And like I said before, every run is very important here. In the situation of the game at the moment. Just going back to the field settings, and then you've got your backward points, and you've got your cover, and then you've got your mid-off. And they've got a mid-on and a square leg, and a fine leg.
Bjorn Fortuin doing the good fielding around the boundary there. You don't see him that often on the boundary. Good fielder, normally somewhere in the ring or gully. Again, Linder beaten outside off stump. It was an expansive stroke. But I like the tight sort of inner ring that the Lions have here as well, that there are not too many easy singles on offer.
Exactly. I think it's a clever field setting that Dominic Hendricks has got here, because at the end of the day, they need another 193 runs. They don't want to be too attacking, and they know they're getting assistance in the pitch. So they're just got to be patient, and they don't need to really over-attack and try and be clever in this situation.
Oh, there's an appeal for caught down the leg side. George Linder is making it very clear that he felt it came off his thigh. How much attention do umpires pay to that sort of thing by George Linder?
Yeah, he's actually not meant to be showing. He's actually not allowed to be doing that. So
he's kind of not doing it though, isn't he?
Yeah,
like,
so
I'm not really pointing at my hip, but I am.
Yeah. So a little bit sneaky, but anyway, those are some of the more difficult decisions as an umpire down the leg side.
Especially with the thickness of the thigh pads these days, it can sound a bit woody. That will be a quick single after a little bit of hesitation between the two.
Yeah, and just going back there, it was an excellent decision there by Saduma. Because like I say, you're going purely on sound. Sometimes you can get lucky where the bat's far away from the hip area. But if it's close, and then, like these guys are bowling quickly. So, you got a fraction of a second to make a decision. And then sometimes if the bat, you think
Fontaine might have got a little hand on that, just to slow it down a bit, or just be a single. Yeah, the players have certainly become tremendous actors out there. Very good, some very good Oscar-worthy performances we see every now and then.
No, exactly, and a lot of the times they'll ask you, why did you give a not out? And sometimes you make a great decision and they'll try and convince you that you got it wrong. Meanwhile, you've made a fantastic decision. But it's all part of the game and it's all part of the tactics. And I think as an umpire, you can't take it personally. You've got to just make sure be mentally strong. It's like a water for ducks back in a way, and just do the best that you can. And it's important that we must also enjoy it out there. I mean, you can't go out there, but that's what you want. You want to be challenged because it makes you grow as an umpire.
And I think the one thing DRS has proven is that the players are not nearly as good at umpiring as they think they are.
Exactly. So, sometimes they believe you're out, and you can see it with the replays on TV and that. But for me personally, being involved with the SA20 and standing, I prefer the DRS. It just takes away all the emotion, the unnecessary appealing as well, and it makes our jobs as umpires a lot easier.
That's the end of Bjorn Fortuyn's over, 126 for 5. And World Sports Betting Western Province still need 191 to win. Brad, you mentioned SA20. It's coming up quite soon now. January 10th it starts. We know the players love it. We know the crowds love it. For the umpires, how much are you guys enjoying that?
Yeah, we love it. It's unbelievable. You don't get an opportunity to stand in stadiums. We have capacity crowds, and we're just part of the whole vibe. We really get looked after well. With Stephen Cook, he's in charge of the running of the tournament. Obviously, Graham Smith is the big boss, and then you got Stephen Cook who does a lot of the groundwork, and he also is in charge of the umpires. And then under him, you got Mike Gage also, who's also running the umpires, and they're doing a sterling job with us. We get looked after really well.
Tucked away by George Linder as Luto Sapamla comes in again. And just a single. Sapamla was quite excited about something there. I'm not too sure what. We obviously know that SA20 has improved our players, just in terms of handling pressure and those sort of things. Do you feel a similar effect for the umpires?
Most definitely. The fact that we're using DRS, a lot of us have never had that opportunity. You only get the opportunity if you get onto the RCC top 4 in South Africa, and then obviously if you get onto the lead panel. So that has been a huge step up for a lot of us. And to have those expertise and to see that, I think a lot of our local umpires, like I say, we've got maybe 16 or 17 on the A panel, and I spoke about it yesterday about how every one of the 17 are quality umpires, and SA20 is proving that. There are a lot of decisions that aren't getting overturned, or I see the ball, and anyway, it's been fantastic for umpires.
Luto Sapamla certainly asking a few questions here. You spoke earlier with David Midgley, Brad, about how home ground advantage and the Lions players will know the nuances of playing out the Wanderers. And I always think Luto Sapamla is particularly good at home. He really knows the lengths to bowl on this surface.
Most definitely. He just seems to get that. He seems to be a little bit fuller. So I was talking about it yesterday as well, about how a lot of the teams from the coastal teams, how they come up here and they get overexcited. I think it happens in Australia as well when they go to Perth. They love the pace and the bounce, so then they go a bit too short, and they get too excited. But they understand, even in this match, you can see they don't bowl many short. They use it as a weapon, as a surprise. If nothing's really happening, then like I said earlier, they can use it to get you stuck on the back foot. So they're very sneaky, and that comes with experience and for all those hours of spending playing in these 4-day competitions.
Brad, Western Province still need 190 to win here with 5 wickets down. What sort of proportion of their brain do you think is still thinking about the possibility of victory, or are they going, now we've got to try and save this game, play for the draw?
No, I think they're definitely going to go out there and be positive, and you can see the way they're playing. They're still, and I think that's the only way to play. They've got to go out there and keep trying to put away those bad balls, keep trying to take your singles. I like the way they're running between the wickets as well. They're pushing for that extra run, those 2 runs when it goes to the boundary.
Oh, beaten by one that kept a little low outside off stump there from Sapamna. You expect that on a 4th day surface. You will start to get a bit of variable bounce. Yeah, important to note. I mean, if these two can put on 100 partnerships, and they're both very capable of it, suddenly Western Province are back in this game. And we saw it in their last match. Their tail, led by George Linder, did extremely well. So it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility that Western Province could still be challenging for a victory here. Nicely turned off his legs by Pongwana, and the Lions have kind of just resigned themselves to that being 4. It's a very long boundary out there, and they don't want to waste energy chasing after that. So a nice way to end the over for Western Province, 131 for 5.
Yeah, Ken, it's going to be a hell of a task for the WSB Western Province to pull off a win here. But if they can manage to do that, it'll go down as one of the better victories in first-class cricket. So, like I said before, most cricket knowledge people out there will know that the Lions are definitely in the driving seat here. But cricket, as we know, is a funny old game, and you just never know.
Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin will continue from the golf course end. Long on has gone into place, but he's about 15 metres off the fence. The mid-off is deep. I wouldn't call him a long off. He's a deep mid-off. There's a couple of other fielders fairly close to the boundary at deep backward square leg and deep extra cover. And one at backward point.
Also, Dominic Hendricks and the Lions have obviously, they don't want to be over attacking. So they know that they're being positive, so they understand opportunities will come.
Quicker from Fortuin and flatter. George Linder copes with it easily. Left arm spinner versus left arm spinner here. Just inside edge, really, past short leg for 1.
Now, going back to his field setting, he had a short leg there for the left-hander, and he had like a short mid-wicket where he is fielding himself. And it's because of the angle of the ball when he bowls, being a left-arm spinner, he's turning it into the left-hander.
Yeah, it's a bit different, the field for Pongwana, mid-off and long on has come in. Still fairly deep, along with a deep mid-on. Big appeal.
Yeah.
But I don't think there was much prospect of an LBW there, but a good delivery.
And I get an extra 2 runs. Yeah, for me, with this field setting, I wouldn't have a short leg. I'd rather have a silly point, because like I say, he's getting the ball to turn away for the right-hander. So if anything, if he gets a bit of a inside edge on his pad or his bat, it should be going towards the offside. So it's quite interesting that he prefers to have a short leg for whatever reason. Maybe because of the slope.
Or maybe the arm ball. Maybe.
And his other option is to have 2. Have a silly point and a short leg.
End of the over. And not much turn on offer for Bjorn Fortuin there, but I was interested to hear you and David Midgley talk about the Wanderers' turn being a bit underrated here. And even in this game, I distinctly remember on the first day there was a delivery that turned off the straight. So yeah, there is turn here. Might not be a lot, but I think it's always good to see a spinner in the 11 here.
Exactly, you know, like you say, even on a wicket that's got a lot of grass on and that, it's always important to have a spinner in the team. Because like you say, he can play the role of just giving those quick bowlers time to rest, and then you can always bring them on from one end to the seamers, you know, and just keep them bowling from that one end continuously.
And it's been a hot few days in Johannesburg as well. So hard work for the seamers, and also hot weather generally helps the spinners, dries things out, encourages more deterioration of the pitch.
And this is an excellent partnership here. They're on 42 already. They've done a sterling job. Mpongwana and is it George Linder? Eh? Yeah, George Linder. So yeah, George Linder now on 12 and Mpongwana on 21.
Tucked away by George and Lutus Mamla, just struggling a bit with his line to the left-hander, being a bit leg-side-ish.
It just looks like he's maybe tiring a little bit, or you know, but that's what Dominic Hendricks will be aware of. But listen, I mean, he might have just, you know, bowlers also bowl bad balls, I suppose, and just got his line slightly wrong. But I mean, that's what's quite I like their tactics. They got to be on bowling from the other end, and then they can bowl the seamers from Sapamla's end.
Those are leg bars, by the way. Very good to the right-hander there. 2 slips and a gully, waiting for the mistake from Mpongwana.
Yeah, I think Dominic Hendricks will like what he's got here now. Like you say, he can give them short spells. Even if it's like, I think he must probably go look around 4 overs spells for the seamers. He's got, 4 of them. He's got Potgieter as his 4th seamer. But he can his top 3, he can give them nice short spells from this end. 3-4 overs, keep changing them over, gives them a little bit of a rest. And it's a good tactic. Just keep that pressure on the WSB Western Province team.
That's well left in the end by Mpongwana. Took off a bit outside off stump.
Yeah, that was a fantastic delivery. Looked like it just did too much, you know?
A little bit on the short side from Sapamla, enabling Mpongwana to bail out of the shot.
And I was talking about it yesterday, you know, Ken, you're never quite in on this wicket. And there was a classic example. Just keep hitting that deck, hitting the right areas, and there'll be a little bit of assistance for you as a bowler.
For me, that was the difference between the 2 teams in the first innings. We'll get back to that. Oh, edgy, a bit loose outside or stump by Mpongwana, but he's got it past gully for 4.
Yeah, the first innings at the Wanderers is vital, and you'll see. Fortunately, the Lions have won, I think, their last match as well when they played against the Titans. They've won both their matches that they played. They've won the toss, and they don't even think about it. They just decide to bat. Yeah, want to get those runs on the board. Because on the first day, the week's a little bit slower. It's always a little bit dampish, and as the match continues, the pitch gets, you know, with all the sun beating down, it's very hot here in Johannesburg at the moment, and it just gets more and more difficult to bat on, and it gets quicker as well. So your reflexes, and now you're getting tired as well as a batter, so it just gets more and more difficult to bat on.
That's exactly what Tom Hendricks said after he made 100 on the opening day. Edged and taken straight to second slip. Sapamla gets another, and Mpongwana was looking a little bit vulnerable outside that off stump, and Sapamla has found his edge.
Yeah, fantastic delivery this. Just got a little bit of assistance to go away from the batter. and an excellent catch here.
And a massive blow for the DP World Lions. Mhlali Pongwana batted well. He was there for 81 minutes, 25 runs, faced 48 deliveries with 5 fours. But Province are now 6 down before lunch on this final day. And I think they just proof what we were talking about, Brad, about that consistency in just getting enough deliveries in the right areas. That's what the Lions did when they bowled. In the first innings, bowled Western Province out for 208. Western Province bowling first induced a lot of play and misses and beat the bat a lot, but their length was probably just that little bit too short. Not quite as full as the Lions, and whereas the Lions found the edges, Western Province tended not to. And there we saw it again. Luto Sapamna just finding the exact right length, batsman coming forward, little bit of movement away, bit of bounce, caught in the slips.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you just mentioned there about the lengths. And especially on the first day, like you say, it is a little bit slower and you actually need to go a little bit fuller. Yes, you might get hit through the covers a bit too often, but rather that and bowl for that off stump. Because you will also get assistance on the first day. Like I said, this wicket has had a lot more grass on than normal. So you need to go a little bit fuller than rather shorter, and obviously also bowl more at the wickets. Yeah, so that for me is very, very important on that first day at the Wanderers. Because don't get me wrong, if you bat first the Wanderers, you can also get bowled out for 100, 150. But you need to know what you're doing when you bowl first.
Yeah, and it was tough going on that first morning for the Lions. They were only 60 for 1 at lunch. So only 60 runs in the morning session. But the vital figure there was that they'd only lost 1 wicket. So Onke Nyaku has come to the wicket. He looked good in the first innings. He scored 38. But it's 14 to Linda in the meantime.
Yeah, just going back to Mpungondwa, he batted really well. That partnership with him and Linda was vital. But unfortunately, he just couldn't continue because ideally they would have liked to have tried to have got to lunch. Because I believe after lunch it'll play easier again like it did yesterday.
Wicketkeeper Esterhuizen just hopefully peeling into us. Bit of a bottom edge there. Yeah, the afternoon session, it can be quite tough for the bowlers here. Sun beating down.
That's quite interesting. I mean, you would think that the wicket would just stay the same, but it doesn't. And for whatever reason, after lunch, it seems to flatten out. And like I said, if they could have got to lunch with only 3 down or 4 down, you just never know. And we saw that yesterday. And I'm sure it's going to happen again today. Because that ball is now obviously getting very old as well. So they're not going to get that assistance. For whatever reason, well, maybe with the sun beating down, the wicket just takes away the tinge of green, that little bit of moisture that's in the wicket. And that's what's making it easier for the batters.
Yeah, I imagine it's a Highveld thing because Supersport Park is probably similar. Tough in the morning, flattens out in the afternoon. And 50 overs gone now, 139 for 6. So 30 overs to go until the second new ball for the Lions. So they might only get a second new ball towards the end of the second session, probably depending on how many overs the spinner Bjorn Fortuin bowls. But the one thing in favour for the Lions is that with 6 wickets already in the bag, they're going to have quite a lot of energy after lunch. They're going to be sensing that victory is quite close at hand.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah, and you're right about the Highveld wickets. Supersport Park is very similar to the Wanderers in a way, and still got the nice carry, nice bounce as well. And then you also have Willemore Park, which I believe is one of the better first-class wickets in the country. It really plays well, and you can chase down big scores there as well.
Yeah, Brendan Frost, who was the groundsman at Willemore Park, has now come here to the DP World Wanderers Stadium.
And like you say, an excellent groundsman. He's got a lot of experience. He was at Willamore Park for many years. And now the Wanderers have got him. John Olive Wright has got him over here at the DP World Wanderers, and he's also doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think personally this has been a very good pitch. Everyone has had a say in the game. Bat well, you can get runs. Tom Hendricks got a big 100. Bowlers, seamers, spinners have been able to take wickets as well.
Good ball there. But well played there by Nyaka. I like the way he was moving his feet there. If you had to be a little bit critical of Mpungwana, I know it was a good ball and it probably did go a little bit away. He could have maybe have moved his feet a bit better. He seemed to got stuck on the street, stuck on the crease.
Yeah, we saw that. I think it was the delivery before he was out. It was a bit of a flat-footed, waft the arms at the ball outside off stump. And in Yaku, one of the things that impressed me in his first innings was his footwork was very decisive. Just going back to pitches, Brad, obviously the umpires send in a report on every pitch, a rating. What are the umpires looking for in terms of rating a pitch as good?
Yeah, so obviously the consistency of the bounce is very important. You've got to be, when you fill in the report, you've got to look at which ground where you're playing it. I mean, obviously the coastal wickets aren't going to be nearly as quick as the high field wickets, so you can't mark them down for that. So you need to be, you've got to look at how the game has been played as well, the results of the game. But sometimes the batters bat badly, so you can't suddenly now just mark the groundsman down because the players haven't performed. So we have to look at it in a sort of very, what is the word? You got to be fair, and you got to be impartial and do it the correct way. But I know that they have a groundsman award, but they work on some system where they put in the scores and they do it that way, which sometimes for me is quite interesting. It can be debatable, I suppose, like most things, I suppose.
Yeah, especially pitches. A lot of people, there's a lot of discussion often around pitches. You mentioned inconsistent bounce. If it happens on the fourth day, if it does get like very up and down, is that marked down, or do the umpires look at that as being normal wear and tear and good for having result wickets?
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about inconsistent bounce, you don't want balls rolling. So there are sometimes in matches where you can get a ball where it pitches and the batsman doesn't have. It's got to be a fair contest between bat and ball where you feel that the batsman had a fair chance. Like if you get a ball that rolls, it's unplayable, then that would definitely have to be marked down.
And I guess also steep bounce from a good length then becomes a danger issue as well.
Exactly. Or for example, let's just say here at the Wanderers, like in my day, they used to call it the snake pit. They left on too much grass. I'll never forget the one Curry Cup. In those days it was called the Curry Cup. And we were winning the competition, the 4-day competition. And I think we played against the Titans, which was Northerns in those days. And we got docked. We won the game that season, and we were winning the Curry Cup. And we made this, the game was finished in 2 days. And we got fined. We got minus 10 points. So and the other team, I think they obviously got all their points, the Titans. And we ended up coming second because that we would have won it without having to dock the pitch or make it that green. And we landed coming second.
So, steep penalty indeed. Single for George Linder there. And we just saw also in the break, for those of you keeping tabs on the Hollywood Bets Pro 20 series, the Ladies League, Western Province have made 129 for 7 against the Free State Knights in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, so just going back to the tactics here from the Lions. I mean, it's only half an hour now until lunch. So for me, I would, just as my thoughts, I would like to attack a bit more. You've got them 6 down. I'll try and bring in a silly point, try and get Nyaka to play a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think especially since he did quite well in the first innings, you know that he's capable. So just try and get him to do something a little bit different. Don't let him settle. More flight from Johan Fortuin, and Jaco very watchful at the start of his innings. He took his time in the first innings as well.
No, exactly, and I can understand Dominic Hendricks' game plan here as well. He obviously wants Beyond to say, he's obviously might have said to Beyond, listen, I want you to type an end, and we're going to get the seamers bowling from this call it drive end. So I understand his way of thinking as well. Ooh.
Right to him, well bowled Bjorn Fortuin. Hands on the head by the bowler. I think that was very close. It's been hauled in just at the boundary, direct hit. George Linder didn't bother to slide his bat in, but I think he was over the crease anyway. Let's see how close this was from Bjorn Fortuin.
That's the highlights of the wicket from Pongwana. But yeah, just all those kids at home there, if they're watching this cricket, is make sure you do your basics right. We slide your bat in. There was a game I was watching the other day where someone, I was watching on Pitch Vision, and I was watching the one game where the last wicket, I think it was the Knights against the Titans, Malusi Sabota got run out. Not expecting the ball to come from the boundary to his end.
Luto Sapamla continuing from the call it drive end. Three slips for the newish batter on Kenyako.
I like the field setting they've got here. There's 2 slips, a gully, it's more like a fifth slip rather than a gully. And then you got your backward point, your cover, and your mid-off. And the ball will obviously just hopefully there's a little bit of a slope towards the changing room area.
Clearing up a bit at the Wanderers. The clouds seem to have thinned a bit on their march towards the east.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the rain, Ken, for my garden. It's very dry. I can't remember when I've had such a dry summer and even winter. I know we don't have a winter rainfall, but I was speaking to I coach this one little boy, and his dad's a geologist, and he was telling me how that we had little rain from January, February, March, and that didn't carry us through the winter, because I've never seen my grass so dry before.
Yeah, I had to do the time-honoured thing up here and buy those little turf patches of grass to plant in the garden. So a thought for the groundsman up on the Highveld. It's been hard work with very hot weather and not much rain.
That's very interesting. I mean, I've been living in my house for 20 years, and quite a few of my bushes have died that's never happened before. So it was quite interesting just speaking to him about it. Yeah? But you're right, my grass is almost all dead, and I'm going to have to do the same eventually.
Nicely tucked away by Onke Nyaku, as Sapamla may have been going for a Yorker there, but it was very full and on the pads, and well put away by Onke Nyaku for 4.
Yeah, so Sapamla's bowling really well. Might be a good option for Dominic now to maybe give him a rest just before lunch and maybe bring back Cody Yusuf or there was another guy, Mareki, and Mareki as well. He's another one that you could just bring back maybe and just give him because we got another 25 minutes. So you're looking at maybe 7 overs and like getting a spell of 3-4 overs.
Yeah, Sapamla has been bowling for a while from this end.
as I said that, I thought he might have got a wicket. You know, the commentator's curse.
Yeah, the Lions would really love one more before lunch, just to cap off what has been a very good session for them. Western Province resumed this morning on 88 for 3, chasing a target of 317. And so 3 wickets so far in the session for the DP World Lions.
I'm impressed with Nyaka. You know, like you said earlier, he batted really well in the first innings. The other one, obviously, is George Linder. If I'm mistaken, is George Linder the leading run scorer in the 4-day CSA competition? And to have these guys coming in when you're six wickets down is a huge bonus. And I heard you guys talking about the logs early on. You know, there's still a long way to go. So obviously you want to try and finish in those top 2 to get into the final. But it can change very quickly.
Yeah, George Linder's second highest run scorer in the competition. He's 85 runs behind Jordan Harriman. But George Linder has played 2 innings less. That's before this match. And that kept a little bit low outside off stump, but also Linder trying to play it off the back foot when perhaps he should have been forward.
No, exactly, Ken. Yeah. But that is something I've also noticed where the modern player will go a lot more back to a spinner.
There's no doubt that he should have been on the front foot to that. That was very full.
No, you're right.
He will get a single now to deep backward point. What he was trying to do the previous delivery, probably. Yeah, so George Linder, 304 runs before this match in 4 innings, a century and 2 50s. And he got 46 in the first innings. 14 now, so that's another 60. So the Warriors aren't playing at the moment, so he's just 25 runs behind Jordan Harriman now. There's a lot of talent in this Western Province batting lineup. Obviously, when, like last week, when they had the Proteas available, it's a much stronger lineup with Tony DeZorzi, Carl Verreynne, David Bedingham, a very powerful lineup. But this version, lots of young talent with John O'Bird and Daniel Smith.
Yeah, exactly, Ken. You know, like I think I was speaking about it yesterday as well. There's a lot of talent in the country, and you speak to a lot of guys that maybe not quite, you know, they don't really watch a lot of the first-class cricket, or maybe even first-class cricket. Not that I'm on social media or anything like that, but you do hear through for some people, I say, cricket's not that strong and that, but believe me, it's very strong, and we've always been a talented nation when it comes to obviously rugby and cricket, and football as well, I'm sure, as well. We're always going to have that talent. We're a sporting nation, yeah? And I believe it's got a lot to do with our schooling system, but there's no doubt that there's still a lot of talent and good players out there that could go on to higher level, there's no doubt.
That's great to hear from someone who played a lot of first-class cricket back in the day. So good to hear that the standards are still nice and high. But Western Province, they are a bit reliant on a George Linder, for instance. I think in an ideal world they wouldn't want him to be their leading run scorer. As Cody Yusuf has returned, but starts by angling down the leg side. They're obviously delighted for his runs, but you kind of want your top 4 to be setting things up, dominating for you.
Yeah, and it's amazing how you see how these players develop. You know, when George Linder came onto the scene, obviously he was regarded as a left-arm spinner, yeah? And how he's worked at his batting, and now he's become a force. I mean, you look back, in our day it was Lance Klusener. I remember he came from the scene from nowhere and he was batting 9-10 for the Dolphins, and suddenly he became this world-class all-rounder. So it just shows you what you can do. And Mpungano is another one. You know, he came on as a seamer, and it's now become this excellent all-rounder. Interesting tactic here by Cody Yusuf. There we have the change of bowler. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, straight away around the wicket. Mondi Zondeke, the former Proteas fast bowler, was on comms on the first day here, and it's one of his pet little frustrations, I guess. Bowlers straight away going around the wicket to the left-handers when he'd prefer them to at least try over the wicket first. And that's worked away, sparred away by Linda for a single. Just from an umpiring perspective, Brad, just chat to us about LBW, I guess, is what we're really looking at here, and the difference for an umpire if you right arm over or right arm around to the left-hander.
Yeah, so like for example now, like you said, he was coming around the wicket there to the left-hander, so we got to be very aware of the angle that he's coming from. He's coming wider, so even if it hits him on middle, there's a good chance if he's far forward that it could be missing leg stump. I see now that he's come back over. It was a fantastic delivery by him, good area that, and well left, well played there by Nyaku. Yeah, so the angles are very important in umpiring. So when you've been standing out there all day long, sometimes you can get that, if you've got to be aware of every little thing that's happening, and you've also got to be aware of what the bowler's trying to do. So that's why I say having played the game definitely helps, because you can understand what he's trying to do. So, for example, even Cody Yusuf, he's quite good at using his crease. He'll come in close, and then suddenly you'll bowl one a bit wider. So you've got to remember that what he was trying to do. Yeah?
It's interesting you say that, because I remember reading in the autobiography of the great Vincent van der Bijl, written by John Bishop, one of the greatest sports journalists we've had in this country. What you're saying about trying to understand what the bowler's trying to do, and Vince wrote that there were times when he would actually bring the umpire into his trust, into his little circle of, and in that way the umpire is more likely to give the decision because he kind of feels involved in what's going on out there, and I guess that's something to watch out for as well, that you know what the bowler's trying to do, but you still got to judge that particular delivery on its merits.
Yeah, I know, most definitely, Ken. They're always trying to play mind games with you, and as much as you always be respectful to them and when they speak to you and that, but you've always got to be telling yourself, listen, you've got to be talking to yourself, and I would be saying, hey, Brad, just make sure you focus on what you're doing, make sure that you are giving what you see, and don't get sort of lured into making a decision to help him out and fall for it, yeah?
Yeah, so what Vince would do is sort of have a running commentary with the umpire after every delivery, like, oh, how close was that? Or, if I can just get it to move a little bit more, or, has there been an edge there? Oh, umpire Maria Erasmus lifted his hand to scratch his chin, which I think would have given George Linder heart palpitations. I certainly thought he was about to raise his finger, but Bjorn Fortuin is aghast. He's standing there waiting. But let's watch the replay. Maria Erasmus having some fun with us. The back foot again. Linda, some work to do for deep backward point. He does it well. Well done, Chepa Moreki.
Yeah, fantastic fielding there. It's just so impressive to see how a guy who's been bowling long spells, and he also batted really well, so to put his body on the line there for the team's cause, and those are the little things that lift up the team, keep them going.
Here we see Maria Erasmus again. This one is swatted, but without much timing. So Vince van der Bijl, of course, went on to become in charge of umpiring at the ICC.
Yeah, I was fortunate to have actually played with Vince van der Bijl. Near the end of his career, he came up to the Highvelds, I think for his last season or two, and he played for the Wanderers Cricket Club. And I was a youngster then. I think I was only in grade, I might have been matric or 1 year out of school, or grade 11, I can't remember. But I was very fortunate to have played a season with him. Not only him, I managed to play a spook handy as well. And what fantastic people they were, and how much I learned from them, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you were speaking about the standard of cricket currently and how it compared to back in the day, was that an edge that rebounded off the wicketkeeper? Probably not. It ends an eventful over by Bjorn Fortuin. I was going to say, Brad, that as a player you kind of caught the back end of the mean machine, Transvaal's great team of the 1980s.
No, exactly. I was very fortunate. I mean, I was, like I said, you know, I was very fortunate to be able to open the batting with Jimmy Cook. I managed to play under Clive Rice a little bit for his last season or two before he went to Natal for his last season. And to spend time playing with those guys was yeah, a lifetime experience that I'll never forget. And you learn so much from them as well, you know, things that just stay with you. And real gentlemen of the game, yeah.
Hard as nails, but yeah, real gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like you say, you know, Clive Rice was known to be meanness, and I think he was mean on the field and that, and he played hard. But he had one of the best hearts ever. I'll never forget, I was about 18, and my dad used to be a member of the Wanderers Golf Club here, and he would go and meet up with his mates, and then I'd come and practice. I was 18, I got invited to the Transvaal Cricket Nets, and you know, he was always the last guy to leave, and you know, as you drive up that ramp there, and I'd be waiting outside waiting for my dad to come pick me up. And every time that I was here, he'd say, Brad, are you okay? Would you like a lift home? I said, no, Mr. Rice, thank you, I'm fine, you know. And every day he would ask me that. That stayed with me for the rest of my life, you know.
Oh, bottom edged by Inyaku, but in that gap between gully and second slip, away for 4.
Yeah, he was a wonderful man. Yeah, so, another story I'll never forget, I was 12th man for Transvaal, and we went down to Cape Town. We used to play in that New Year's match against Western Province. He used to go deep sea fishing, and we got him to play. He said, Brad, have you ever been deep sea fishing before? And I said, no, I haven't. He said, would you like to go? And I think we used to have a day off. So I said, no, I'd love to do it, you know. And so anyway, we met that morning, and they were all giggling and laughing, and I couldn't understand why. You know? But anyway, the seas were too rough, and unfortunately, we never had the opportunity of going out.
Oh, struck on the pad, big appeal. Was there a bit of bat there, Brad White?
Yeah, and it just looked like one of those deliveries where it seemed to just like pop a bit, and maybe height was also something to look at. But anyway, here's the replay. It looked like it might have been a bit high. And there we have it, yeah. So, yeah, seemed to have hit him above the knee roll and seemed to just jumped a little bit.
Yeah, the length wasn't. It was a little bit short to get LBW here at the Wanderers.
Yeah, and the angle of our camera that we're looking at, we're very high up, so you know it's very difficult to judge. But for me, it looked like an excellent decision there by Saduma. By looking at all things, he's had an excellent match.
Nicely turned by Inyaku. He's strong off his legs, and he's going to get 4 there. It was very well placed as well.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot, like you say. His balance was excellent there. Didn't try and overhit it. And you know, it's all about your balance on the leg side, and that's a beautiful shot.
Here we see it, yeah. Head stays high, and then just relying on timing and a little flick of the wrists. So, deep sea fishing and giggling.
Yeah, so the reason was I think they knew that I'd never been before, and they were waiting to see if I'd get seasick. And to this day, I still haven't been deep sea fishing, so it's definitely on my bucket list.
Yeah, Clive Rice taken way too soon, sadly. He would have contributed even more greatly to South African cricket than he did. And you mentioned him coming to Natal for a season at the end of his career. And it was a great privilege for me that he actually came to my club, Johannesburg University. He came to play for us. Just an enormous privilege to have a man of that stature. Pretty wide-eyed students, although we had a very talented team as well.
Yeah, so, sorry, Ken. Yeah, so obviously you know what a great guy he was. Yeah.
Yeah, the Johannesburg Varsity first 11, while I was there, could field a team that were all first-class players, like Sir John T. Rhodes, Jim Payne, Mike Woodburn, Ian Hobson, Mackie Hobson, Rowan Lyle, Stuart McKenzie, David Pryke was there. So Graham Ford was the coach.
Sure.
So it was a very strong outfit. And then Clive Rice got added in there, thrown into the mix, where he actually started as a young man. He was at Johannesburg University, I think, for a season before he really made a name for himself as a cricketer. Bjorn Fortuin continues with just 10 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, so been a very interesting session this morning. Like you say, they've put in about 70-odd runs from when they were 88 for 3 this morning.
Off the back foot again, George Linder. He's definitely favoured that back foot, and we do know that Bjorn Fortuin, especially here at the Wanderers, probably his greatest weapon is his arm ball, but Linder's a left-hander, so it's a bit safer for him probably to go back.
Yeah, he does. He has a very good arm ball. And like I say, he doesn't bowl it that often, so he uses it really well.
Obviously, where the arm ball will come into play against George Linder is Nick to the slip. That's standing there just for that eventuality. Zubair Hamza, that slip. Even that one was well flighted, and George Linder was hanging back.
And he bowls at a nice pace, like you said, Bjorn. You know, he doesn't bowl it too slowly, and but he can vary it well. He can throw it up when he needs to.
That one was flatter and quicker. Well, it's a real battle of attrition here at the moment between George Linder and Onke Nyako and the DP World Lions bowlers. Digging in, Western Province, 159 for 6.
Yeah, Ken, I'm very impressed with the way, even though the WSB province are struggling here, they've shown a lot of fight. Right from yesterday, they were looking nowhere, to be honest. I mean, they were 200 runs behind. And to have put themselves back into this position where they've given themselves a fighting chance, I know it's very unlikely for them to win it from here. But I just like the fact how they're making the Lions, the DP World Lions, fight for this victory. And that's what you want in first-class cricket, you know? Because it's not going to be the last time they're going to be playing each other. So, you know, you always want to, whichever game you play in, you want to be giving 100%. So you can just, you know, there will be another time, and maybe that next time things will go your way. Yeah?
And of course, with promotion, relegation, and those things now, every match is important. Cody Yusuf continuing to Onke Nyako. Yeah, Western Province just keep coming back. I mean, that yesterday was really dramatic, stirring stuff when they reduced the Lions to 44 for 8. And you mentioned the New Year's game, the old New Year's game, Transvaal, Western Province domestically. That was basically a test match because we weren't back in international cricket yet. And it's great that I think these two teams still take their rivalry very seriously.
I know exactly. It's like, I suppose, the Bulls and Western Province at rugby. Yeah? It's always going to be that tradition between these two teams. And I don't know if the viewers are aware that these are the same two teams that played in the final of the 4-day competition last year, and it was also played at the Wanderers. And believe me, both these teams would remember that game. And I think it also went right down to the wire. So there's no love lost between the two teams. But obviously, like I said before, there's a lot of respect between the two teams. And on a different day, you just never know,
Yeah, that final was an unbelievable game of cricket, especially being a final. That will live long in the memory. We'll just try and dig up those scores just to illustrate the ebbs and flows of that game as we have a little break for does one of the batters want a new bat?
Yeah, that's correct, Ken. Looks like his bat's broken.
One way of having less balls to face before lunch.
Yeah, Yeah, it's definitely not a tactic here by the Western Province guys to waste time just before lunch. There's obviously a problem with his bat that he needs to get changed. Here he comes, the 12th man, and he come running on the field.
So in that final to end last season, it was played over 5 days actually. Lions batted first, and were in all sorts of trouble, 35 for 5. As we just see the scorecard here at the moment, at the Wanderers. George Linder and Onke and Yaku are digging in, as did Mtlani Mpongwana before them for his 25. The other 2 wickets to fall this morning were Bongi Funawa, bowled in the first over of the day by Tsepo Moreki, and in the next over, Eddie Moore, vital wicket, trapped to LBW by Cody Yusuf. Getting back to that final last season, so the Lions were 35 for 5 on the first morning. They got to 225 thanks to Vian Mulder scoring 41, Delano Potkida 81, and Cody Yusuf and Malusi Siboto made 30s. Western Province then made 312, so they had a first innings lead of 87 runs, which is quite substantial. And then again had the Lions in all sorts of trouble with the bat. 113 for 6.
Yep.
The Lions were in their second innings, so that's effectively 26 for 6 in terms of their first innings deficit. But the Lions ended up making 394. Delano Potkida 155 not out. Bjorn Fortuin made 42 and Cody Yusuf 46. So that set Western Province just over 300 to win. And they were bowled out for 208. Bjorn Fortuin got 5 wickets.
Jeez. That sounds like it must be an amazing game. I couldn't watch a lot of it. Unfortunately, I was away on holiday. I think at that stage was right near the end of the season. So, yeah. But I remember seeing some of the scores and thinking that Province were going to win it. And then I came back from a holiday, and before I knew it, I'd heard that the Lions had pulled it for win.
Yeah, Babs Kuma and Stephen Harris were the on-field umpires that day. Or those 5 days, rather. Probing stuff from Cody Yusuf and at decent pace as well.
Yeah, so there's still 2 deliveries for him to bowl this over, so it'll be interesting to see if we get in another over before lunch.
You've been chatting to the umpires. What clock are they using as the official clock, Brad?
By looks of things, obviously they would be using their watches that they've got on, but it looks like they are going by the clock. I think they might have spoken to the scorers to make sure that they're in sync.
End of the over. For those who don't know, there is a sort of official clock that the umpires and the scorers agree on. That's used for things like the intervals and that. There's a clock on the main scoreboard here. It says 12:09. Now, I think fairly often umpires will use the scoreboard clock, won't they?
Not necessarily. I prefer to always use my watch. But ideally what you want to do is just need to speak to the scorers and put it in sync with your watch, because obviously it might it affects the spectators and the people watching and the players as well.
Bjorn Fortuin continues from the golf course end.
Yeah, so we managed to get this last over in because Murray Erasmus, it's important for him to be behind the stumps before it flicks over to 10 past 12. So it was 9 minutes past 12, so that tells you there's still a minute left.
That's got past the man in the covers, down to the deep mid-off for 1. George Linder goes to 18.
Yeah, and we're looking at George Linder here. He's got 18 now of 77 balls. It's not normally the way he plays. He's normally a very attacking batter and someone who can really hit big sixes, one of the bigger hitters in South Africa. Someone that you'll notice. I'm sure he's definitely going to be involved in the SA20, and I know from umpiring him a lot, he can hit some really, really big sixes. Very underrated batter.
I agree with you. I've seen him play some extremely destructive white ball innings, and obviously a very good spinner as well. He's a very good package as a cricketer, and I think his approach has been kind of spot on. There's still 70 overs to be bowled, and Western Province need 157 to win. So the run rate is not really an issue for them. It's those 6 wickets down, and I think George Linder has done really well to ensure he should be there at the lunch break. He's got 1 ball to survive, and he's not facing it. So unless there's a terrible bit of running, he's going to make it through to lunch. And there we go. That is the lunch break. And another absorbing session here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. The Lions, Western Province rather, 160 for 6, need 157 more to win. Brad White, presumably the Lions are the happier side?
Yes, most definitely. But like I said before, I'm very impressed with the way they're showing fight here, Western Province, WSB Western Province. And yeah, they'll be a little bit disappointed that they lost those 3 wickets. If they just lost maybe 1 or 2 wickets, it could be a different story. But like I said to you, it's going to be interesting to see what happens after lunch. Because yesterday after lunch, it just became like a row for whatever reason. And I'll be interested to see if it does happen again here today.
Yeah, so there's the match situation. The Western Province 160 for 6. They need 157 more to win. And that's thanks to the healthy advantage the DP World Lions had on the first innings, declaring on 403 for 6. And then bowling Western Province out for 208. But Brad White has mentioned the fight in this Western Province team, and boy, did they fight back, bowling the Lions out for 121 yesterday, which has given them a chance today of pulling off victory. That chance is still there. Do join us in a little bit short of 40 minutes to see how they go in the afternoon.
Welcome back to the iconic DP World Wanderers. It's the post-lunch session on day 4. Cody Yusuf getting things underway. Just to give you a bit of a scope of where we are at this juncture in the game. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Brad White, the umpire supreme, umpire extraordinaire. Remember that the Lions had set the Western Province side 316 for victory. They currently find themselves 160 for 6 with 157 still required. Onke Nyaku partnering George Linde at the crease. Tucked away off the hips. There's protection out there in the deep. And good afternoon to you, Brad.
Yeah, good afternoon, David. It's going to be a very interesting session, this. We were speaking about it before lunch, about how the wicket seems to play differently a little bit in the afternoon. So it's going to be a very interesting session, and to see whether the WSB Western Province can get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, we were chatting at lunch, and it may sound obscure to those listening because we've just spoken for 2 days, and our partner Ken Borland is on his 3rd or 4th day of the game. But they get sick of talking. The answer is no. That's why we're in commentary. About the prospect of a result here, you feel quite confident of a result here either way?
Yes, I believe that no matter what one of the teams are definitely, I believe that there will be a result here today, unless we have issues with weather. But I don't think that's going to come into it. Either way, one of these teams are going to pull off a victory.
Oh, that one maybe bamboozling him, that inconsistent bounce you spoke about yesterday. Not quite comfortable. There is a threat of rain, so for the next couple of hours, but it's in the mid to high 40s in the percentages, and so not really a concern, but you never know. Weathermen get it wrong every day.
Exactly. I just see Cody Yusuf bowled another no ball there.
That's something the Lions want to rectify. It can cost you the game. What a glorious stroke. He's just leaned onto that, over-pitched by Cody Yusuf. That'll run away to the boundary for 4.
That's just a fantastic shot. I've mentioned it a few times already. That is my favourite shots in the game, the on-drive. But it's just gone past those wickets. And that just shows you a man in form when he can play a shot like that.
And the timing was everything, but a little bit of assistance there in the length that he was bowled. And so immediately then the conversation between Dom Hendricks and Cody Yusuf gets going, trying to maybe see how they can stem the flow here. They don't want the Province side after the interval to get going. I think that's where the momentum will shift in favour of Province if they can get a good rotation here. Much better there from Yusuf, much better line, much better length.
When you play a shot like that, you know when a batter's in form is when the fact that he's got to time it precisely, his balance has to be good, and also to make sure that his hands and his arms and his bat are coming through that straight line. So a fantastic shot there by Nyaku.
Plays that very late, and that's why it goes square. Good awareness there. First one after lunch has been completed. And 6 runs coming from it. 166 for 6.
So it's been a fantastic match just to see the game go deep into the 4th day. That's what you want in first-class cricket. So it's been interesting to see what happens now in the next 10 to 15 overs even.
First over from the golf course end after lunch will be from Tsepo Moreki. And Tandeka, it's her birthday today. On the big side screen, well, not the side screen, rather the scoreboard, there was a couple of woos. Obviously, the fans coming in to enjoy a beautiful day here at the DP World Wanderers. It's affectionately dubbed God's Green Acre, and you can understand why with the beautiful outfield here. Frosty's done a lot of hard work to make sure that this facility is in such good condition. Just sticks out the big boot there. Good work there by Mureki.
Interesting field setting here after lunch. They've taken the gully out. They've got like a very backward point, and then they've got a first slip and like a wide third to fourth slip, and then they've got a cover, a mid off, and a mid on, and then they've got a silly mid on, which I've obviously taken out of the gully region, and then there's that backward point. They've moved him a lot finer, and then they've got the square leg on the boundary and a fine leg.
Go straight to that man catching on the onside. Dom Hendricks has posted himself there. And Brad, isn't it almost always the case that when they have that gap between one and another slip, that the ball's almost bound to go in that direction? It's Murphy's Law, so to speak.
Yeah, it can happen quite regularly, that. And then sometimes it does go straight to that fielder, and then it just makes the captain look like an absolute king. And this guy's a genius. Yeah?
Yeah, inspired leadership.
But that happens a lot, like you say. You're thinking, should I have a second slip? Should I have a second slip? And then the guy nicks it, and it goes straight to where you should have had the guy. And then you'll find the captains that will put the guy there afterwards, after it's happened. And by then it's too late. And then you get that captain who puts in there like the ball before, and then it goes straight to that second slip. Then he just looks like an absolute genius.
Isn't it the joys of cricket is there's just always this element of, you never know what's coming next.
It's very interesting at the moment. Like I said, it seems to be playing a bit better now this afternoon. But it is early doors after lunch. Let's hope I haven't put a commentator's curse on it. But like I said, this could be quite an interesting session. For me, if I was Province, I'd be looking to try and, if I can get 80 this session, looking at 80 per session, could pull off a win.
Pushes hard at that one, not able to beat the field. And I wonder if that's a bit of an indication of some frustration. It's been 5 dots in a row here. And maybe George Linder's looking to move things along. He heard that 80 was the target for the session, and so they've only got, 6 since the lunch interval. He's looking to move things along. Could there be joy for the Lions after lunch? Well, there certainly wasn't joy for George Linder. 166 for 6.
Yeah, they're batting very well. It's not easy out there. I mean, like I said before, the Lions are definitely the favourites to win this match. But like you say, cricket's a funny old game. You just never know. And they're batting very responsibly. They're not looking for unnecessary risky shots. They're trying to wait for that bad ball. And what I like about both these guys that are batting, they're still very positive. So if the bad ball comes along, they're not scared to put it away. And they're taking every run that is given to them.
Cody Yusuf to begin his 15th, and he goes to Nyako. A little bit of extra width there, Nyako not lured into a false stroke there. And I wonder if this might be the ploy to Nyako, just to encourage him to drive, let him go after those ones. Maybe track the edge, or maybe go away and away and away and as we've seen so often in this match with Cody Yusuf, he starts getting you across your stumps. And I believe it was Mihlali Mpongwana who fell victim to Cody Yusuf this morning. Just that one that drags back in. Shot. Stands up and spanks it away through the cover region. Lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Cody Yusuf going a bit too short there, giving him room to free his arms by Nyaku. But like I said, if they just get another 50 runs here, suddenly they only need 100 to get the score. And then the pressure reverse back onto the Lions. And suddenly the fielders start getting nervous, and they realise then you're sitting in the slips, and if the luck doesn't go quite your way and you drop a catch, suddenly there's big pressure on them. You just got to hang in there and just keep on working, taking every run as it comes.
The question I want to ask you, Brad, is at what point do Province start to believe? What number do they need to see on that scoreboard in order to feel like we're in with a chance here, and not just kind of weathering the storm as they seem to be at the moment?
Yeah, they've just got to set themselves small targets. Like if I was batting if I was one of these two, I would just be saying to him, listen, let's try and get another 10 runs. Let's get it down to 140, and it's 130. And set yourself small goals. And obviously you don't want to lose wickets. That's the number one priority.
So instead of looking for a particular number on the scoreboard, 200 or 220, or that's not where they're looking. Rather to say every 10 runs is a milestone.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a mindset I would have. I wouldn't be saying to my partner out there, listen, we're going to try and hang in there for a draw at this stage. I think you've got to stay positive, because the closer you get to the score of the Lions, the more pressure they're going to feel, and it's going to put more pressure on. You want to push the pressure back onto the opposition.
So are you saying currently the pressure is on Western Province because of the number of wickets having fallen?
Yes, most definitely. I would say so. The Lions are aware of that. They know if they can just get one of these guys out, it's most probably they'll definitely be in the driving seat. I'd be very surprised to see them struggle with that. Although I say that, Simmons is another one who can bat really well, also a very underrated batter. And but yeah, I would think if they can get 2 more wickets, the game will be theirs. And then obviously from the Province side, they know that if they just put on, get it down to under 100, and then under 80, sure, and then it's starting to get tight, and then suddenly it's under 60.
170 for 6. You know what I've never understood, Brad, is these types of games are the best opportunity for kids to come down for 2 reasons. One, they have almost the whole stadium to themselves, so they could pick a seat that they like and enjoy their time here, and you could get signatures more readily available at games like this, because there's no crowd trying to force their way to get a signature from a player. Didn't quite time it as he would have liked, but there is protection out there in the deep. And the second reason is this is the best learning opportunity for youngsters, dads, coaches. Bring your players to these games. You don't pay for entrance, you just enjoy it. Put us on in the background, and then you can really just observe the subtle nuances of the game. And I think that's something we were chatting about yesterday and a little bit off air about. This is the format that you learn. And what do you think are some of the lessons you learned when playing the longest format of the game?
Yeah, most definitely. This is where you learn how to play cricket. And once you've got a good technique and you can handle 4-day cricket, you can always adjust towards the T20 competition and the 50 overs. But ultimately, this is where you learn how to play cricket.
A half shot there by the Lions.
Yeah, so in our day we didn't have the cell phones and all the technology that's out there today. So I remember growing up and going to St George's Park as a kid and watching a lot of cricket there, and obviously the Wanderers as well when I was in grade 11, standard 8, watching the Mean Machine days. And I loved coming. And, even if when we used to get a bit bored when I was younger, we used to go play under the stands and play under little games and come and check on the score now and then. And it was a brilliant way of growing up.
Yeah, we've been spoiled here with weather for the 4 days. Yes, there was a bit of an interruption with lightning earlier in the game, but I think it's been a good day for not only being out in the middle, but watching the game. And for those of you who are joining us from around the world, thank you for sticking with us. We're very grateful that you are part of the family here as we bring you this game. I think that's the benefit you mentioned, the lack of technology. I think that's the benefit these days is technology has allowed us to be able to bring these games to people not only that are in South Africa or maybe traveling across South Africa, but also abroad, some expats, maybe some neutral cricket fans.
No, exactly. And what was also nice, during the intervals we were allowed on the fields. And then you'd get to play at the Wanderers or get to play at St George's Park. That was always great as well. Even though you could just play on the outfield, you felt a part of it.
Lovely shot, over-pitched. Punches this out into the cover region. It's a long boundary out there, but it'll get there safely. It's 4.
It's a beautiful shot by Nyaku. Once again, didn't try and overhit it. Just leant onto it and a beautiful shot and lovely square drive.
Yeah, you mentioned the opportunity to play out in the outfield. They're very spoiled here at the Wanderers. They get their Josie Cup competition, gets kids playing their final for their age group here at the Wanderers on the strip. It's an experience that I think is invaluable for every child. A lot of kids will dream of playing here one day, but that opportunity beforehand, maybe a bit high there to Nyaku, it gives the kids an opportunity to dream and believe that I could still, at my young age, get an opportunity to play on the hallowed turf there. Still some questions being asked by Moreki. He concludes his 15th, 64 gone, 175 for 6.
No, exactly, David. The Josie Cup has been amazing, and so you got to give credit to the CEOs like John Leverett and that, where he makes his field available to club players and to those kids that come and all those teams that play in the Josie Cup, from the under 11 age groups right up to the vets even, they get to even player. And it's a great initiative. And there's nothing like playing at the Bull Ring or playing at any of these top first-class grounds around the country.
Change of bowling from the caller drive-in. Bjorn Fortuin replaces Cody Youssef.
Yeah, so just looking at the partnership now, it's 36 between these two. George Linda on 20 and Anko Nyaku also on 23.
27.
Okay, so yeah, they've just put out 27.
And they deceive you, the scorers. $175 for 6. And so the equation for both sides, 4 wickets for the Lions to find victory. And the Western Province side need 142 more runs. Setting out his stall here is Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, it's a very important moment in the game now. This, like I've said it before, but the province, these two need to stay together at least for an hour. Obviously, if they can bat for 2 hours, it'd be even better. But I mean,
plays that very fine down to that third man region. There's a man scrambling around to get there. Josh Richards does the fielding, certainly getting his value in his step count for the day.
Yeah, now they only require another 140 runs for victory. So just slowly, just knocking those runs off, bit by bit.
There's certainly gaps around the park here for George Linde to use to his benefit, and I think maybe that's the plan for the Lions. Let him have the single, bring Nyaku back on strike. There's a deep backward point, kind of a halfway mid-off, long on, cow corner, deep backward square. This one just beats Kaya Fokude on his right hand. Linde will retain the strike, 178 for 6.
Yeah, so Linde a little bit fortunate there, got a bit of a thick edge, but clever bowling there by Bjorn Fortuin. He's got a cover that's quite square there, and he had his mid-off, and he left a bit of a gap for him to try and hit it through extra cover. But the experience that has Bjorn, he knows he might just get a little bit of spin, a little bit of purchase there, and if he can just turn a little bit, hopefully there's a little bit of rough there, and unfortunately it didn't quite work for him, but it's quite a clever tactic there. You want the batter to try and actually play against the spin and try and hit it through the covers.
Mureki beginning his 16th over. He's got 3 for 36 thus far. Just works this away onto the onside for a single, and that brings it under the 140 runs required. They're going at 2.7, so not unreasonable and not reckless from the WSB Western Province side. George Linde on 24, Onke Nyaku on 27. And these two fighting back here for WSB Western Province.
Yeah, and going back to saying it would be wonderful to have more people here to come and watch it, and like this afternoon on a Sunday afternoon to bring your kids down here and to be out in the fresh air and this beautiful day. I agree with you. It's the best way to learn is to come watch and watch it live.
And also there's parking inside the stadium, so you don't have to worry about that, moms and dads. But please keep us with you on this broadcast. Do you suspect this will be Mureki's last over?
I think, what is this, his third now that he's bowled after lunch. So he might get one more in. It just depends. Obviously, if he gets a wicket, then he'll be on 4 wickets, and he'll definitely be trying to get his fifer. Sorry, David.
Who would be the bowling change then for you? Will it be Delano Potgieter, or I saw Mohamed Manak warming up just after the lunch break, so could that be a possibility, introducing spin from both ends?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because, like you say, beyond Fortuin was bowling from the golf course end. Now they switched it around, and the seamers were bowling from the Quilla Drive end. Where now they've got the seamers bowling from the golf course end, and Bjorn has come now from this Quilla Drive end. I would bring on Sipamla personally.
So if Mureki gets a wicket before the end of this over, you're going to continue with him. If not, Sipamla must get an opportunity here.
Well, I'm not 100%. Is this his third over, or he might have one more after this? And obviously it depends on how he feels, but looking at him out there, he looks pretty fresh. He's got 3 wickets already. He might want to have a spell of maybe 4 or 5 overs here, even maybe 6, like you say, if he does pick up that extra wicket. But a lot would depend on him as a bowler if I'm captaining and speaking to him and seeing how he feels.
Yeah, this is his third post-lunch over. Comes over the wicket now. He's persisted around the wicket, but just for these last 2 deliveries, deciding that over the wicket is the right option.
But these are the sort of things that we'll be discussing out there. You know, the fast bowlers might say, listen, Dominic, we prefer bowling from the call-it drive end, so let's swap it over again. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to keep on trying to be one step ahead and seeing where there's a little bit of an advantage you can get out of the pitch. But I would think he's still going to bowl another over after this one, because he's only bowled 3.
Unconvincing from Nyaku. Positive stuff for the Lions. Let's have a look at this one again, Brad. He's steaming in here is Moreki. Coming in on the angle. And,
Yeah, it looked like it was angling down leg and also looked a bit too high as well.
179 for 6. Just having a look at where we were at the start of the day's play. Province 88 for 3, trailing 229, and at the moment 179 for 6, requiring 138 more runs for victory. So those 3 wickets being all the difference, but a good fight here from Province. Slices that away square. There is protection down there in the deep 4 for 10.
Yeah, they've almost put on, what did they put on, like 92 today. So, yeah, so they've actually batted really well. If they could have, they would have said, listen, if we had only had lost 1 or 2 wickets this morning. But like I said before, they're putting up an excellent performance here, the WSB Western Province. It's not easy out there. And the fact that they're still fighting and hanging in there, it could be quite interesting this afternoon.
14 deciding that around the wicket is the option. As a result, Josh Richards, who was at a deep point, now goes to backward square leg.
Both these batsmen look like batsmen in form. They just look comfortable at the moment.
Hands on hips there for a moment from Fortuin. Could so nearly have carried.
Yeah, it's interesting how you look over these 4 days, how you have all these patches of, you know, how important each session is and how important that little part of the game is. And now we come down to the last day and like this next half an hour, next hour, how important this one is, you know?
Oh, nearly could have been an opportunity for a catcher close in. Just prodded at that one, did Onke Nyaku. And were there a man at bat pad behind square, it might be a different result.
So it's as if they're like the games within games, if you know what I'm trying to say. And, you know, every little part of the match, it just, you know, it just all becomes so important.
Well, that game within a game has come to a close for the moment. 181 for 6.
So you can just feel, you know, slowly the Province guys are, if they could, like I say, if they bat for another half an hour, you'll start finding that the Lions guys will start getting a bit frustrated, might start panicking a little bit, and then it could be very interesting stuff.
Quick change in commentary. Ken Borland will be replacing myself as Brad White continues his long slog here. Don't forget, 13th One Day International for Pink Day will be on the 22nd of December. Tickets at cricket.co.za.
Yeah, welcome back, Ken Borland. Yeah, I'm sure those, you know, doing a big appeal here by Moreki, given not up by Marais Rasmus. Looking like it might have just be angling down leg. Let's show a replay coming up here. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, definitely sliding down leg. Yeah, so welcome back, Ken. For me, it's been those that have been listening to me for the last 5 sessions. Welcome back.
Brad, you said you were happy to bowl 28 overs on the trot into the wind.
Definitely not. Huh? No, it's all good. I must say I've really enjoyed it. You guys have made my job really easy. What a beautiful shot that is. Lovely shot by Nyaku. Just didn't try and overhit it. Beautiful shot through extra cover. And excellent running as well. Managed to get another 3 runs. 3 less runs that they require. They are now needing 133 for victory. Getting very interesting, Ken.
It is, and you called it before lunch. You said often the pitch flattens out in the afternoon. Batting becomes actually quite nice after lunch, and so it has proven. Western Province going along very nicely since the break, and not many scares, really. I mean, the ball doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot out there.
Well bowled. One of the rare loose shots that we've seen played by George Linder. And I don't think that was really required from him. But I'm sure he'll learn from it, and he'll just say, well, I was a bit lucky there, and maybe just lost a little bit of focus and concentration.
Yeah, they've been going along just fine without trying to overhit, trying to manufacture something. 24 runs and 7 overs after lunch. So there's no need to try anything too expansive.
And he has gone back and got a bit of a thick edge, and it's a running away for 4 runs here for George Linder. And even though it wasn't quite maybe he wanted the board to go, he'll take those 4 runs, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. And trying to play it a bit straighter than I think it ended up in the end. But there was no real danger. And 129 more to win. Suddenly it's looking back within reach of Western Province.
Well bowled by Mareki, and also very well played by George Linder. So Ken, George is known as a very attacking batsman, can hit the ball really hard. I'm very impressed with the way he's batting. And, you could see with that one expansive shot that he tried to play, I think that's the first shot he's played in the innings. So, I mean, his discipline and the way he can adapt to the situation of the match is very impressive.
Absolutely, Brad. He came in within the first 10 minutes of play this morning. It would have been a very tense time for the visiting change room. He's batted through most of that morning session. And yeah, I mean, just the way he's kind of told himself, I guess, that I've got to be there at lunch, first of all. That would have been his, he probably would have gone, I've got to be here at the next drinks break, and then lunch. And not too worried about the scoreboard because, as we said, the scoring rate was never anything to get worried about for Western Province. And now I think as an experienced player, he probably also knows that batting here in the second session a bit easier. And he's starting to cash in. But it's been a very composed and mature innings, as you'd expect from the stand-in captain.
And that's another thing, like you say, because he's captain. That's also been well played. And that's another impressive part of him that I find, is that you get some of these guys that when they're given the captaincy roles, they step up. And you'll find their performances, let's say they normally average 30 at first class. Now suddenly he's been given now he suddenly averages, if you go and look at certain people's stats when they're captain, their stats will go up. If anything, you might find when he's captain, he averages 50 at first class level. And there were times in my career where I also captained. I captained Wanderers, and I captained Transvaal B, and I captained Transvaal under 23. Excuse me, while I just let him bowl the ball. Nice shot there. Where I found that I also scored a lot more runs when I was captain, because it just adds to that responsibility of leading the guys, and you need to lead from the front.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, because for other people, sometimes the burden of captaincy is not a good thing. And, you get batters who become captains, and suddenly their output falls away. I guess the distractions and the demands of the job.
No, exactly. It does work the other way as well. And there's certain guys that have stepped down because they just feel the pressure's too much. But I've heard in the past, when you played against Australia, not that I ever played Test cricket, but they used to target the captain. And they knew that if they could get him out cheaply and put him under pressure, then the rest of the team would crumble.
Absolutely. That was a very key part of their game plan. So, when South Africa first won in Australia, it helped that the captain was Graham Smith, and he was obviously a really accomplished opening batter, and could almost fight fire with the Australians. Big physical presence, very strong-willed man. But the fact that he did well with the bat kind of set the tone and pushed Australia back that little bit.
And we have Mareki continuing from the golf course end. Then he tried to play a late cut, a little bit unfortunate, and excellent fielding there by the backward point. For me, watching the series now in India, and there's another very obviously strong character in Kohli, and for me, one of the hardest series to win in Test cricket is probably in Australia, playing them on their home territory. They've got quick wickets, and they know how to play on those wickets. And now suddenly a team like India coming from a subcontinent to be in the situation that they are at the moment in the Test match is like fantastic to see.
Totally agree with you. Yeah, winning in Australia is really the benchmark of great sides, I think. And the fact that India have now managed to do it a couple of times shows that they deserve their standing as arguably the best Test side in the world. They're still very much in contention for that World Test Championship final. But even if they don't make it, you would still go India, definitely top 3 in the world, probably across all formats, in fact.
Oh, well bowled. So Mareki is really stepping it up now, and he's realised that they really needed the 7th wicket, and just feel as if he's like putting in a little bit more effort, and been a bit unfortunate. Quite a few balls are going in this area behind square on the offside there, Ken.
Yeah, he's certainly probing that off stump of George Linder and just outside it. Partnership with 49 now between these two, so the Lions will start to be feeling a little bit of concern.
And there you go. They've got that wicket. A fantastic delivery there. And it just seemed to take off a bit for length. And George Linder, unfortunately, has been caught at backward points.
Fantastic delivery. That's the benefit of putting the ball in the right area enough times. Not all of them are going to do that. Not all of them are going to seam away from the bat. But every now and then you'll get one that turns up being an absolute snorter. There really wasn't much George Linder could do about that. And his long vigil is over at 29. He was there for over 2.5 hours. And that's really leapt up from quite a full length. Did his best to drop the hands and keep it down, but he didn't have much chance there.
Yeah, and like you said, Ken, that wasn't the time that they wanted to lose a wicket, but a great effort there by George Linder. And, you could feel it. You could feel it, like you mentioned it. They started, the Lions at that stage were starting to feel the pressure. And they knew that if these two put on another 50 runs, they're back in the game. And it's still not over. In comes Simmons, another handy all-rounder for WSB Western Province, and another guy that can really bat. To have him coming at number 9 for your team is a great asset for any provincial team.
Yeah, the Lions certainly can't relax yet. Carl Simmons has a first-class 100, high score of 120 against the Lions, actually, in Cape Town last season. And we saw in the first innings also that Mtiwikaya Nabe is able to hang around. He hung around well with Nyaku in the first innings. And even number 11, Jody Lawrence, looked handy with the bat as he hammered 18 of 12 balls.
So, Ken, I'm very impressed with Unke and Nyaku. I don't know if you have available his stats on his batting. I'd be very interested to see it, because the way he's batted in this match has been phenomenal.
You mean his career stats?
Yeah, that would be interesting to hear.
He is still making his way at first-class level. It's only his 10th match. And he's got 1 half century, a 58 not out. Averages 15.23, which is maybe why he's batting at number 8. But I see a lot of potential there. I see someone who could be, he could become a batting all-rounder, I think.
Yeah, most definitely. Excellent bowling by Mareki. But just going back to Nyaku, he's still early on in his career, like you say, Ken. If he can pull off a 100 in first class cricket or 150 not out, suddenly that average gets up to 25 or 30, and like I say, you get 2 big scores, and then that first class average can change very quickly. But he's definitely one for the future where I'm sure his average is going to definitely go up.
Yeah, he's only had 15 innings at this level, so it's early days. But he looks well organised, and he definitely looks like he's got ability with the bat.
Oh, most definitely.
The other good thing about Bjorn Fortuin bowling 22 overs in this innings is that it's made the second new ball. The approach of that is a bit earlier than we expected. There are 10 overs to go.
And it will help with the over rates.
Umpires always looking at that.
Putting the jokes aside, he's really bowled well. Like you say, just kept up that one end. And he's also been threatening for wickets as well.
Yeah, he's someone who has learned how to bowl here on the 4th day of matches. He's won a couple of games for the Lions on the 4th day. I mentioned that final last season when he took 5 wickets.
Yeah, he's a man who's got a lot of experience. He's been around a long time, been playing a long, but he's still very young. If I'm not mistaken, he's in his early 30s or just turned 30. But it feels like he's older because he's been playing for so long.
Yeah, and a tremendous competitor, Bjorn Fortuin, and someone with real BMT. The tough situations are when he shines.
Yeah, correct. He's just pulled off already. Another guy comes in at number 8. Already got 2 first-class hundreds this year. Like I said, against the Titans, they had them 4 for 4, and then the liner Portkit got a hit on the head, and then he came on and replaced him, and he pulled off 120 in no time. It was very positive and just changed the game, put the pressure right back onto the Titans.
And he is just 30 years old, which for a spinner is nothing, really.
Oh, very good running that. It's important that they just keep taking those singles, keep getting the ball ticking over. Because like I said before, the best way for Province to to obviously restrict the Lions from winning this game is to try and revert back the pressure. So you can't just go in there now and just start blocking and that, because it's a long day still to go. So you want to keep the ball ticking over, and by breaking down those runs, it just you want to try and revert the pressure back onto the Lions, which can happen if they get another 50 runs. Rebuild the partnership.
Yeah, exactly what Linda and Yaku did in their partnership of 49. And as you rightly said, the Lions were definitely feeling the pressure before Tsepa Mariki made that breakthrough, and a very timely breakthrough as well. I mean, they'll be very happy that with the second new ball just 9 overs away now, they've broken that stand. They've made a little breakthrough, and really just Carl Simmons between them and the two tail enders, although as we've said, both Nabe and Lawrence can probably hang around with a set batsman.
We still have Mariki continuing from the golf course end. Excellent ball. Mariki, I've been watching him a lot and umpiring him a lot. It's just like I said yesterday, he's just one of those guys who just keeps on giving 100%. He'll just keep running and running. And it reminds me a lot of Makai and Tini when I played with them, and it's wonderful to play with guys like that. Can you just, if you ever feel like you need a wicket or nothing's happening, you just give the ball to them.
You don't even have to be on the field, I think, with Tsepa Mariki to feel that, because that's exactly how I feel about him, is that you just know he's trying his guts out. And, he may not get the attention-grabbing 5-wicket hauls and that sort of thing, but the number of times, like just now, where he's made really vital breakthroughs for the Lions. And you said, like Makai and Tini, another aspect of him, which is a bit similar to Makai and Tini, is I think Mariki bowls really well to left-handers from around the wicket. Not many people can really pull that off successfully.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about to the left-hander. He angles it in from around the wicket, forces him to play, and then has the ability just to straighten it and challenge that outside edge.
And he's very deceptive. He's a lot quicker than what you think. You watch him, you think, I'm not sure what his speed is with the speed gun, but it must be over 135, getting close to 140. And that's what makes him dangerous. He's also a bit of a skidder, like Makai was. And Cody Yusuf also very similar in that sense. Lazard Williams is another one.
Was it Yassine Valley he bowled in this innings with it? There was definitely the perception that it had sort of skidded past Valley before he could get the bat down in line. He's definitely, he's got zip, Tsepa Mariki, and I'd agree he's probably around 137, somewhere around there.
Yeah. You always know you're in a contest as a batter when you're facing these type of bowlers. Maybe the shot selection was not quite correct. I didn't think it was quite short enough to be pulling.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think 2-4.
But that comes from looking at this replay, it wasn't quite full enough. And that kind of shot is created from the pressure, from the way he's bowling, and he's giving him nothing. Now the batter starts looking for something, and that's how you get out, So if I was Carl Simmons, he needs to just stay patient, just come in. They're a little bit on a high now. They've just got a wicket. So you've got to rebuild again. Just keep taking time, wear them down a little bit. Give Mariki, this is his time. If I can just survive. He's near the end of his spell as well. He should be thinking like that, Well played, and that's better.
It was interesting in the first innings, Carl Simmons was dismissed by what very much seemed to be a plan on behalf of the Lions. He was caught off Cody Youssef, but it was a strange sort of backward short square leg position. Not a short fine leg, it was squarer than that. And you know, definitely a catching position.
Yes, yeah.
And Cody Youssef sort of bowled on at his body, and he kind of half pulled it around the corner. A good catch by Kaya Fukuda, had to dive, but it definitely seemed like a plan had come off there. And I say it's interesting because they haven't employed that fielder on this occasion. Maybe because Mureki's doing a different sort of line of attack, coming around the wicket to the left-hander and trying to straighten it on him.
Yeah, so the professional players will do a lot of research on the opposition. They'll be looking for any little weakness that you have, and they'll expose it.
And of course the Lions have one of the foremost analysts in the game, in Prasanna Agoram.
Now, but going back to Beyond Fontaine, you know, talking about his character in that, and like you say, he's a real competitor, and I like that in a spinner. You know, for me, you know, you get a spinners that are too nice. You look at, I think of guys like Shane Warne, even like a guy like Paul Harris. You have real competitors.
Sorry, I thought you were saying Shane Warne was too nice.
Definitely not. You know, but like you say, they are fantastic people. Don't get me wrong. But when they're on the field, they're a different beast. You know, and that's what you should have. You know, you must make it competitive out there.
And I think especially for a spinner in South African conditions. You know, unless you're playing in Paarl maybe, or St George's Park used to be a nice place for spinners. Durban now, I guess. Conditions are really stacked against you as a spinner in South Africa. So you kind of need to have that bulldog mentality, that feistiness about you to succeed. Rulof van der Merwe, there's an example of a left-arm spinner who had that fire.
No, exactly, you know, and I mean, another one is Shamsi. You know, there are times when you'll get in the batsman's face, and that's where it's important as an umpire to make sure you just control the situation and just make sure it doesn't go overboard as well.
Yeah, it's often said that Tabraiz Shamsi is a fast bowler trapped in a spin bowler's body. He did start off playing cricket, wanted to be a fast bowler, until a coach wisely told him, no, you'd be better off bowling spin.
Yeah, I think it's every opening batsman's dream to have been a fast bowler as well. Yeah.
And every fast bowler dreams of being maybe not an opening batsman, but a number 4. They fancy themselves.
Exactly. I think the ideal thing if you want to be a professional cricketer is to be bat number 6 and be a spinner.
You might catch the second new ball though at number 6. Though. That's the only.
What a fantastic delivery here by Sapamla. Change of bowler that's come on from the golf course end, and what a way to start your spell of bowling. And he's got a very important wicket here of Nyako. Fantastic bowling. And
Yeah, what a ball this is.
Okay, let's just look at this replay here. Comes steaming on first ball for a new spell, and he just got it to nip in a little bit and just took the top of the leg stump. Fantastic bowling. Well done, Sapamla.
Yeah, if we are hypercritical maybe of the batsman there, I don't think he did too much wrong, but maybe we'll see another replay. But I fancy the bat arc was a little bit outside to in. And instead of defending it straight back from where the bowler bowled it, I think you'll see the bat was maybe facing mid-on a little bit. So he's just played around it a little bit. But a very good delivery by Luto Sapamla, and a good innings by Onko Nyako. He's made another 30, but he was there for more than an hour and a half. Yeah, you see where he ends up there. The bat is facing mid-on.
Yeah, it's a good point there, Ken. And like you say, he batted very well, and definitely one who's got promise for the future, and just needs to keep on believing and keep working on his batting, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more runs from Nyaku.
But a huge breakthrough for the DP World Lions. He was the set batter. Carl Simmons is still trying to get in, and now he's got number 10 with him, Tiwekaya Nabe.
Yeah, and Sapamla has been bowling really well this season, and he just seems to know what length to bowl here at the Wanderers. He doesn't get overexcited with trying to bowl too short or too wide. He likes to try and bowl as many balls on the wickets, aim for that off stump, and gets the batsmen playing. And as I talk, he just gave the one a little bit wider there. Unfortunately for the batter, he played and missed.
Interesting shot, first up, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, now we're into the tail now, so could be quite an entertaining session now. Another very good delivery by Sipamla. He's got his tail up. And it's amazing how when a fast bowler gets a wicket, how suddenly they just find that extra yard to the new batter.
Yeah, Nabe did hang around for 35 minutes in the first innings with Onkenyaku, while 21 runs were added. He scored 10. So he's not a complete mug with the bat, but would probably be well advised to leave those deliveries outside off stump.
And it looks like he's picked up another wicket there, Sapamla, as he starts walking off the field.
Maria Erasmus caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. Yeah, I think you see how he tries to withdraw the bat and looks away from. No, Maria heard it. Sorry, Tiwekaya, you're on your way for naught.
And that leaves them now 191 for 9. And the Lions must be very, very proud of their performance this afternoon, and relieved to have got that big breakthrough of Nyaku. So in comes the last wicket for the debutant, Lawrence, who at 34 years of age has made his debut here for the WSB Western Province. And I'm sure he would have loved this game. Ken, what an experience for him. And to be rewarded for all his hard work and persistence over the many years. It's just great to see.
Wonderful, yeah. Got a wicket in his first over at first class cricket on the first day. Got 2 in the second innings. Had fun with the bat in the first innings. 3 4s and a 6 in the 12 deliveries he faced. All boundaries, his 18. But I suppose there's not much else for him to do now. But yeah, maybe throw the bat around a bit again.
Yeah, and for him, he's never going to forget this game, the ups and downs of it, and to be able to experience first-class cricket like he has, and see that how the games can change quickly.
I do love it that someone who's obviously given so much of his life to the club game. He played for a long time for University of the Western Cape and now a Durbanville stalwart. He's got his reward, for the love of his game. No one can take this away from him. He's played a game for Western Province at the Wanderers against the old foe, and all in all, he's done well.
And he must probably play a lot more for them. So who knows what's ahead for him. Oh, what a fantastic catch that is. What a catch. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Joshua Richards, yes, what a catch. Just sprung to his right there and stuck in his hand. What a catch, Joshua Richards, and what a way to win the game for the DP World Lions. And that brings another wicket for Lutu Sapamla. He lands up with now 4 wickets for 51. And sure, what a game of cricket we've experienced here, Ken. And I've been privileged and honoured to have actually been able to witness this match and to have been part of this commentary team.
Well, what a privilege indeed to commentate on this game. And just amazing how quickly things change in this great game of ours. Who ever said red ball cricket was boring? Half an hour ago, when we started this stint together, Western Province were on top. They were actually making serious inroads into their target. The momentum had shifted their way, and you could sense the Lions were getting a bit concerned. And suddenly, just bang, 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 the last 4 wickets have fallen in a cluster. And what a way to finish it. A spectacular catch by Josh Richards. There, the bowling figures. Luto Sapamla, as you said, Brad, finishing with 4 for 51. He's been excellent. Tepo Mareki as well. Just reward for running in so hard all day. 4 for 44 for him. And Cody Youssef and Bjorn Fortuin each chipping in with a wicket as well. The DP World Lions have won by, let's make sure the maths is right here, 125 runs.
Yeah, great victory here for the DP World Lions. In hindsight, I think the WSB Western Province, if they had to really look in hindsight, and they must probably feel that maybe they could have bowled better, Ken, on the first day, and maybe that's where they let it slip. If they could have just maybe bowled better areas, and I think you mentioned it to me. You said that if they could have just gone a little bit fuller, bowled more straight at the wickets, then if they'd restricted them to 300, 350, you suddenly got a different game on. But anyway, it's been a fantastic day's cricket, and there we have the scores that have been put up. And you see that first innings of the DP World Lions. They got 403 for 6 declared. And that for me was the difference.
Yeah, the fact that the Lions were content to declare 6 wickets down, we were a bit surprised, in fact, but it showed that they felt they had enough. And it's been proven true that 403 in the first innings was a very good score. There's that magnificent catch again by Josh Richards. Well-deserved acclaim from his teammates, and I'm sure that first beer is going to taste very, very sweet in the Wanderers change room. Always nice when you pull off a victory like this, when you've had a bit of a scare, they've had to work damn hard, and then it comes in a rush at the end and is capped by such a great catch.
Yeah, exactly, Ken, and that's what makes 4-day cricket so much more exciting as a player. You must remember it's been almost 4 days of cricket. It's really hard, your body's sore, and now you cap it off with a victory, and you can go and celebrate with your teammates. There's nothing better and no nicer feeling. Obviously, the Western Province side will be feeling a little bit more down. But at the end of the day as well, if you've given it your all, sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose. You've got to pick yourself up, get ready for the next game, and things can turn around very quickly as well.
Yeah, and that next game, at least for the DP World Lions, is next week here against the Warriors, and we will once again be bringing you live commentary of that, courtesy of Cricket South Africa and Pitch Vision. So do join us then. We're all going to go now and celebrate in our own ways, I guess, as well. So a very big thank you to Brad White and to David Midgley, my co-commentators, and to Leah Bonner of Pitch Vision and that excellent crew. It's a very good afternoon to you from the Wanderers.